I will open our meeting. Welcome to the January 20th, 2026 meeting of the Planning Board. First, we'll take a roll call to introduce board members and staff. Mike Derderian,
Here.
Maureen Collins-White,
Here.
Tim Halladina,
Here.
Phil Giordano.
I'm here.
I'm Ellen Rawlings. I'm also here. We are also joined by Amanda Wolf, our Housing and Land Use Planner, Nora Loughnane, our Director of Community and Economic Development, sorry, and Charlotte Lynch from Westwood Media Center. I guess I still have a little bit of a, so excuse me. This meeting is recorded by Westwood Media Center and broadcast live on local cable television Comcast Channel 6 and Verizon Channel 42. Meetings are also live on the Westwood Media Center's YouTube channel. If you're interested in joining the meeting via Zoom, you can find the login directions in the Planning Board meeting notice that is posted to the calendar section of the town's webpage at https://www.townhall.westwood.ma.us/. We will begin the meeting with only the board members and staff unmuted and on video. As the chair recognizes individuals to speak, we will unmute them. Board members may choose to mute themselves when they are not speaking in order to minimize background noise. For applications, the chair will first invite the applicant to address the board and give a presentation summarizing what is being requested. Board members receive the application materials prior to the meeting and will have reviewed them. Board members may ask questions during and following the presentation. Staff and outside experts will provide comments to the board. If the issue includes a public hearing, the board will then proceed to the public comment portion of the public hearing and will restate the instructions. In this remote meeting format, residents and guests may participate in several ways. Attendees should raise their hand and wait to be unmuted and recognized to speak over the Zoom meeting application or from a telephone dial-up. We will be able to hear you but not see you. Additionally, comments may be submitted by email or regular mail prior to the meeting. When we come to that part of the meeting, I will remind everyone of the process. Following the public comment portion, the board will deliberate and make a decision or continue the hearing to a specific future date. All remote meetings require that votes be taken by roll call. When a motion and second has been made, the chair will ask if there is any further discussion before proceeding to a roll call vote and will then restate the results of the vote. All right. Oh, and we have also been joined by Jess Cole, our recording secretary. Hi, Jess. Nora and Amanda, do we have any changes to the agenda this evening?
We have one change. The first item on the agenda, the A&R plan for 588 and 590 Gay Street, that was withdrawn by the applicant this evening. So you can eliminate that from your agenda.
All right. So, sorry, I'm flipping my papers around so we can continue right on to agenda item 2.
Yes.
Fabulous, which is 800 Clapboardtree Street. There we go. Continuation of public hearing for consideration of limited environmental impact and design review, LEIDR, approval for proposed site alterations and building additions at Xaverian Brothers High School, and that is at 800 Clapboardtree Street. This hearing is continued from December 16th, 2025. And do we have any members of the applicant team? Wonderful. Ah, I see folks coming in. Welcome back.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
So just to begin, obviously that's our second time here. So Jake Conca, head of school at Xaverian, and just to briefly summarize our project, we do have a building project that's resulting from expansion of our programmatic offerings. Our hope is that this building renovation will add additional art space, classroom space, student common space, locker rooms, etc. Just as a reminder, this project is not tied to any growth in the school's population, no additional grades, no additional students coming in. With us tonight, and I'll also say just the project itself, I think board members will remember that the vast majority of improvements that we're doing is actually contained within the existing footprint that's already in place at Xaverian. With us tonight, we have a couple people just to assist in answering any questions and with our presentation. Pat Hayes from Beacon Architectural Associates is with us. Dale Horsman and Eric Bendarek from VHB Engineering are with us. And also Sean Fahey from CM&B Builders is with us. Sean is also the board chair at Xaverian. And just before we go into some of the modifications that we made since we last met, Our team just wanted to express our thanks. Nora and Amanda in the town, Mike Perkins as well. Ellen, I know you spent some time with our landscape engineer, architect. We're super grateful for that. And also, just to point out, the folks from Beta, the peer review team, have been super helpful for us as we're continuing to address any concerns that the town may have. So with that, I want to turn it over to Dale Horseman, who's going to lead us through the next part of our presentation. Dale, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Jacob. I'm just going to flip to the existing. It was a couple leftover slides here from the last presentation. But I first wanted to reshare an aerial image of the existing campus with some callouts of the major campus components for context. The first presentation focused on the proposed additions with respect to the project's proposed building program and architectural improvements. This presentation will focus on the associated site improvements to support the addition. A major initiative of the basis of the civil site design was to consolidate the improvements around the existing facility as much as practical to limit the impacts of construction to the campus and the surrounding resources, meanwhile supporting the upgrades to the facility. I'll quickly recap the overall project and then dive into the site improvements. The applicant is proposing to construct an addition that is spread across three distinct areas of the existing facility. The main addition shown in this L shape, the theater addition, which is back here, and the addition to the athletic wing. Collectively, these three areas will increase the building footprint by approximately 18,880 square feet and the overall building area by approximately 57,660 square feet. The civil site improvements include rerouting the existing campus drive to accommodate the theater addition footprint, which is right here. This is getting bumped out because of the theater expansion, and widening the existing access drive to the northwest corner of the building to support and improve vehicular circulation and emergency access. We're bumping out this area into the grass slope here. A new retaining wall will be provided in this area, replacing the existing stone riprap slope adjacent to the tennis courts. The reconfigured area in the rear of the building accommodates a new loading dock and refuse area over here, as well as improves the maneuverability around the corner of the building. The access drive will be repaved and the parking will be restriped in this area. The athletic addition is located outside all wetland resource areas, but is partially located within the outer limits of the 200-foot buffer area, which is shown in the blue here. The area of infringement has been previously developed as part of the access drive and is currently paved. But the project proposes to add net pervious area within this riverfront area. The applicant has submitted a notice of intent, which is concurrently being reviewed by the Conservation Commission for approval. The primary landscape enhancements are located at the lower main entrance and drop-off area, which Eric will expand upon in just a few minutes. I just want to touch on the associated utility improvements. To accommodate the building footprint expansion at the main entrance, a suite of utility services will be removed and reconnected at the new addition limits, including gas, water, and roof drains. The sewer service will be repumped through the main addition and conveyed through the rear of the building to connect into an existing 6-inch sewer service. It'll be a new grease trap associated with the for the dining facility expansion, and 2 hydrants will be located impacted by the athletic addition. Stormwater updates, an enhanced underground stormwater management system is, oh, sorry, let me flip that page here. Sorry. An enhanced underground stormwater management system is proposed as part of the project and is designed to meet Mass DEP and Town of Westwood stormwater regulations. Modifications to the existing stormwater system were necessitated as they were impacted by the building footprint expansion, including new stormwater piping to convey stormwater and an existing subsurface infiltration basin to be removed. This is shown in the hatched area right here and the associated piping. The proposed stormwater management system consists of 2 subsurface infiltration systems consisting of concrete chambers placed upon crushed stone, shown in the green rectangles in the rear of the building and off to the north side of the athletic addition. These infiltration systems manage the stormwater by reducing peak flow rates and volumes from pre-development to post-development conditions, and allows the stormwater to recharge into the ground prior to be discharged to an existing stormwater outfall located in the northern limits of the site. 4 water quality units shown in the blue circles are also proposed to treat the stormwater runoff from the new paved surfaces. Since the last planning board meeting and over the school holiday vacation, we were able to get additional geotechnical subsurface data, which allowed us to provide within the region of the infiltration areas. The data allowed us to respond to the information requested by the peer reviewer, but also allowed us to refine the design as presented and concurrently approved by the peer reviewer. I will now hand the presentation over to Eric Budnerick with VHB to speak about the project's landscape improvements.
I see a hand up. It might be that your colleague needs to be promoted.
Oh, it looks like he's getting in the...
Thanks.
There we go. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you. Again, Eric Bednarik, landscape architect with VHB. As Dale alluded to, just a few landscape improvements through the back of the site, the northeast corner off to where the athletic facility is, just some loam and seed treatments where some disturbed areas are. And then off over to the northwest, where Dale mentioned the new emergency or improved emergency access area. Again, some treatments with some loam and seed, along with some evergreen buffer planting around the proposed dumpster. And then our primary landscape enhancements, of course, falls at the front entrance, which you can jump on over to the next slide, which I know you are familiar with. We have this nice entry plazaway with some nice decorative paving bands, and this nice amphitheater type seating off to the left of the entrance with some nice terrace plantings. And as we discussed at the last meeting, we shifted a lot of these plants over to be Eastern Massachusetts native, with the exception of one plant that we did substitute, being the redbud tree with Cornus Florida Appalachian blush dogwood. So I believe we are now kind of in compliance with all that Eastern Massachusetts native plant material. That will give a really nice different amount of textures and seasonal interest and basically sustainable and durable landscape. And of course, this will all be accentuated with some nice landscape lighting, dark sky compliant, reusing some of the light fixtures within the parking areas at the main entrance. And then the amphitheater stairs will have some nice little LED light strips accentuating those stairs, highlighting the entrance. There are some proposed uplighting in some of the trees that accent the or frame the entranceway, and along the stairwell as well, just to provide that safety.
All right. I think that was our presentation on the site portion of the project. If we do have the last presentation up and the full team here to answer any other questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. I think I will turn to staff comments at this time.
You have in your packet a report from Beta, from Steve Lee, who has noted that all of the issues that he was reviewing have been resolved. He recommends the planning board grant approval, subject to one waiver, which is a waiver of the plan requirements in your regulations for the submission of 24-inch by 36 paper plans. The board only accepts electronic plans now, and the size is less important for that reason. So the plans have been drawn to the scale, I believe it is 32 to 48. Is that it? So just a waiver of the regulation requirements. And then Steve also recommends that you include a condition in your decision. Let me just pull it up so I can word it appropriately. The conditions he's recommending so let me find it.
It's at the end of the list.
Okay.
Yeah, the hydraulic conductivity.
Yeah.
Yep, I'm looking for it in the conditions that I wrote.
I think it's 16.
No, 16 I now have as a special events parking. I don't actually see it here, but I have it in Steve's recommendation. And it has to do with the soil testing.
Here it is. Number 7, the applicant shall perform in situ saturated hydraulic conductivity testing for all infiltration systems to receive stormwater from 2,000 square feet or more of impervious area.
Thank you.
Yeah, it had been
So-
reordered.
The recommendation is that that testing be done during construction to avoid any unnecessary disturbance to the parking lot while the school is in session.
Thank you. Okay, then I will open up the floor to board member questions and comments at this time. I'll wait for hands. Marco, I'm not seeing any. Mike.
I just wanted to say, I don't have many comments. I think the project looks excellent, and I'm happy that Xaverian Brothers is going to do this update. I think it'll be a really positive addition to the school and to the town.
Thank you, Mike. Tim.
Yeah, again, no questions or comments. Just I appreciate it sounds like this was a good collaborative effort up front to get a lot of this work done. And just in the spirit of, as we think about processes on our end, this is I appreciate that. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other board member questions or comments? Yes, Maureen.
I just had one question because when they were doing the presentation, I do believe I heard something about there were 2 hydrants being affected. Did I hear that correctly, or?
Yes, there are 2 hydrants that are currently within the area of the proposed athletic addition that are just being slightly relocated.
To the side, okay.
Yeah, just to be out of the footprint and accessible, based on the new configuration.
A lot of work, looks good.
Thank you. Any other board member comments, questions?
I just echo the comments of everyone. I think it's a great project and appreciate Xaverian Brothers' efforts.
Thank you, Phil. Any other board member questions, comments? I like that dogwood species you chose. That's a nice swap out for the redbud. I think it'll look real nice in the spring. And as you noted, really enhance the biodiversity of your site. And I also, what Tim said is very resonated for me. I appreciate the attention to collaboration and process that Xaverian, you all put a lot of work in with our staff and with this board, and I really appreciate the collaborative nature of the work on this project. So thank you all for that. I have nothing else. I will open it up as this is a public hearing. I'll open it up for public participation at this time and then check in with board members and staff one more time, and then we can move forward to the next phase. So at this time, I will open up the floor to public participation. If there's anyone here who would like to comment on this particular application, you can raise your hand and we can promote you to speak, or you can use the Q&A feature in the Zoom application. We just need your full name and address either way for the record to be able to recognize you. I'll give that a minute. I'm not seeing any hands up, nor am I seeing anything in the Q&A. So I'll check in one more time. Anything further from board members? Anything further from staff? Staff, from your perspective, the peer review has been, all the questions have been addressed. We are complete from a process perspective.
Yes, I believe we are. There are two other points I'd want to raise though. One is there's a request also, staff is requesting that you grant a waiver of the full traffic impact study to allow the acceptance of the submitted traffic memorandum. This is similar to other approvals for Xaverian that you've entertained. And then one other comment I wanted to make before you get into your motion. We had discussed this a little bit at the last meeting, that there is a need for parking during the period of construction in the special events parking lot. So I've proposed a motion, a condition in the motion for you to consider that allows for the suspension of the prohibitions of the use of that parking for anything other than special events, just during the period of construction.
Thank you. Actually, that spawned a question for me because I think that makes good sense given for safety and for many reasons. I guess my one question is, my understanding is you don't currently use the gate to Marshall Street. That's really just for landscapers. Is that would be maintained throughout this? Because I think that was a concern when the parking lot was first built. So you'd be using the events parking lot, but the traffic flow would still not include the gate for Marshall Street. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. Actually, the gate to Marshall Street, while it's there, it's virtually inaccessible. You'd need an all-terrain vehicle to get through there. So we don't anticipate using that. Absolutely not.
Perfect. That was the only thing that popped into my head about that.
So staff recommendation is not that you modify that other decision, but that you just allow in this decision a condition that suspends that one condition, which is the use for special events only.
Special event. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. Any board member comments, questions, or discussion around that particular condition?
And Nora, it would just automatically go back into effect upon the completion of construction. It's not that the board would have to take any act to
That's
get
right.
it back into effect. Okay, I just
Right.
want to make sure it's kind of self-executing and automatically goes into effect.
Mhm.
Excellent. All right. Then thank you for the clarifications on those. If there's no further questions or discussion amongst board members, I think we could move on to motions.
I would just need you to stop sharing,
Yep.
Dale, and then I can share this document.
I can take this one. I might need it to be
Bigger.
Larger?
slightly bigger, yeah. That's good. Thank you. I move that the planning board grant waivers of the following sections of the zoning bylaw in association with limited environmental impact and design review, LEIDR approval for the proposed building additions and site alterations, including the sign at 800 Clapboardtree Street as described in the application, therefore submitted to the planning board and filed in the office of the town clerk on November 14, 2025. One, waiver from strict compliance with section 7.3.7.3 of the zoning bylaw, requiring a full traffic impact study to allow for acceptance of the submitted traffic memorandum. Two, waiver of strict adherence to requirements of section 5.5 of the planning board EIDR rules and regulations requirement for the submission of paper plans in 24-inch by 36-inch sheet sizes.
Second.
Before that motion is seconded, if I could just ask you to correct.
Sorry.
Sorry, if you could just correct the section number, I saw a typo there. It should be section 7.2.7.3.
Yes. So, do I move to amend the motion to
Yes,
one,
as stated.
as stated, to state waiver of strict compliance with section 7.2.7.3 of the zoning bylaw requiring a full impact traffic study and to allow for acceptance of the submitted traffic memorandum.
Thank you.
I
Now,
also second the amendment.
thank you.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll take roll call. Maureen?
Aye.
Phil?
Aye.
Tim?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
I vote aye as well. That motion carries.
I move that the planning board grant the limited environmental impact and design review LEIDR approval with consolidated earth material movement EMM approval for the proposed site alterations and building additions at 800 Clapboardtree Street as described in the application, therefore submitted to the planning board and filed in the office of the town clerk on November 14, 2025, subject to the following conditions. One, except as modified by the conditions and finding hereof, the project shall comply with the project plans in all respects, and the applicant shall pursue completion of the project with reasonable diligence and continuity. Two, if the project or any condition imposed in this decision requires any other permit, license, or other approval from any town of Westwood board, commissioner, agency, or other Commonwealth or federal regulatory agency, the applicant shall make an appropriate application for the same and shall obtain all required approvals prior to the start of any work. If any condition of such permit, license, or other approval from any other board, committee, or agency is inconsistent with this decision, the applicant shall make application to the planning board for an amendment of this decision, and the planning board shall consider such application in accordance with the requirements of MGL Chapter 48, Section 9, and all applicable planning board rules and regulations. 3. Any proposed alterations, modifications, deletions, or changes to the decision shall be requested in writing to the town planner and building commissioner prior to implementation. A. Proposed alterations which are considered de minimis by the building commissioner may be accepted as a note to the file. B. Proposed alterations which are considered minor by the building commissioner shall require the filing of a modification application of said approval for review by the planning board at a publicly posted planning board meeting. C. Proposed alterations which are determined to be major by the building commissioner or by the planning board shall be considered by the planning board as a formal amendment to the approval and will require a new public hearing before the planning board. 4. This decision shall lapse if a substantial use thereof or construction thereunder has not begun, except for good cause, within 2 years following the grant thereof. The planning board may extend such approval for good cause upon the written request of the applicant. 5. Prior to the issuance of a building permit, the applicant shall submit a fully revised set of project plans addressing all outstanding items referenced in Beta's peer review memorandum dated January 20, 2026, and addressing any items requested by a majority of the planning board members at the January 20, 2026 public hearing session for review and approval by the town planner. 6. A copy of this decision and the project plan shall be kept on the project site at all times during construction. 7. The applicant shall perform in situ saturated hydraulic conductivity testing for all infiltration systems to receive stormwater from 2000 SF or more of impervious area. 8. All project related construction activities shall comply with the timeframes set forth in the town's general bylaws, chapter 292 for noise and construction, which allow for such work Monday through Saturday between the hours of 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. and Sunday between the hours of 12 p.m. and 7 p.m. 9. All trucks carrying earth material to or from 800 Clapboardtree Street shall be required to access the property directly over the site access drive via Route 1A Washington Street, Upland Road. And no trucks associated with the project shall be permitted to travel on any non-arterial road in Westwood. Said trucks shall be prohibited from entering or exiting the property between the hours of 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. and between the hours of 4 p.m. and 6 p.m. Mondays through Friday. No truck traffic on Clapboardtree Street outside of entering the site. 10. Any trucks delivering or removing material shall be covered as to prevent said material from spilling onto the public roadway, and any spilled material shall be cleaned from Washington Street and any other roadways traveled in the transport of earth material to and from the site. 11. The existing pavement on Clapboardtree Street shall be protected from damage from loading and unloading of material and or equipment related to the proposed construction. 12. The applicant shall promptly repair any damage which the applicant or its agents cause to sidewalks, street pavement, signs, or other fixtures or features within the public right-of-way after first obtaining permission from the Town Department of Public Works or Massachusetts Department of Public Works. Such repairs shall be performed to Town of Westwood standards. 13. There shall be no substandard or hazardous fill material used with this project. Prior to the import of any earth material, the applicant shall submit certification to the town planner and building commissioner from the company providing said material, stating that the material does not contain any hazardous material. 14. All landscaping approved herein shall be installed at the earliest possible date, but only during the spring growing season running from April 15 through June 15, or during the fall growing season running from September 15 through November 15. Any plantings that do not survive shall be replaced in kind in perpetuity at the property owner's expense. 15. All chemicals used during construction shall be located in a designated containment area and shall be located on an impervious surface designed to prevent the discharge of contaminated runoff into the soil or groundwater. 16. During the period of construction, conditions restricting the use of the special events parking lot contained in the Planning Board's September 12, 2023 decision granting limited environmental impact and design review, earth material movement and access approval, and subsequent modifications thereto shall be suspended to permit the use of this lot to meet parking demand associated with the construction project and or with daily operation of the education facility. 17. At the conclusion of construction and prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy, the applicant shall submit as-built plans delivered in a format approved by the GIS manager for compatibility with the Town of Westwood GIS database.
Second.
Nicely done. I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Amanda, yes.
Nora, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we can remove number 5 requiring a new set of plans because the planning board didn't ask for any changes tonight and the peer reviewer didn't have any changes either.
Yeah, I would agree. You can. It doesn't matter if you leave it in because there's nothing required, but if you want to clean it up and take it out, then you can amend your motion and amend the second to that motion to remove number 5.
Can I do have one question after reading through all the conditions. Do we generally have any condition or do we usually have a condition that relates to air pollution or anything related to that in terms of construction? I was just curious.
We don't have a specific condition about that we put in the decisions. The EIDR standards have a section on air pollution, vibration, noise that are addressed there. So the applicant has already made a statement that's in your findings that they will not generate pollution, vibration, noise to that effect. But there's not a separate condition that we usually include.
Perfect.
Do we want to
Do we
amend?
want, do we want to remove 5 or leave it?
I think we can leave it just because there's no items to address, so they're in compliance.
Yeah, I was going to say the same. I was going to say it is it doesn't require anything, so it's already complied with. But I think I would still leave it.
Okay.
So I've already seconded the motion.
Okay. Any board members have thoughts on that, or are we okay to take a vote?
Makes sense.
Okay,
Okay with it.
excellent. All right, then I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll take roll call. Tim,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
Bill,
Aye.
Maureen?
Aye.
I vote aye as well. That motion carries, and I believe we have one more.
I move that the planning board close the limited environmental impact and design review LEIDR public hearing for the proposed site alterations and building additions at 800 Clapboardtree Street, as described in the application, therefore submitted to the planning board and filed in the office of the town clerk on November 14, 2025.
And a second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll take roll call. Phil,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
Maureen,
Aye.
Tim?
Aye.
I vote aye as well. Public hearing is closed. Thank you all, and
you.
good luck. I'm excited to see the end result of all this this work.
Good luck. Looking forward to it.
Good luck.
Awesome. And just again, from all of us at Xaverian, we've worked with you guys now on several issues. Always a pleasure. Really appreciate your work with us, but more importantly, your service to the town. So thank you so much.
When do
Thank
you
you.
start?
Yeah,
All right.
thank you.
Thank you.
You.
All right. Our next agenda item is 200 Nahatan Street, reconsideration of vote to approve third minor modification of solar design review approval for solar canopy at Westwood High School at 200 Nahatan Street. All right. Nora, will you be speaking to this?
I
Nora Nemeth?
will, and I believe we also have Rob Keever in the audience who can join us.
Yeah,
This was a request for clarification that came up last week as we were ready to issue the decision. The question came up of, I think it was clear that the board had approved the size of the concrete bases as 50 inches by 30 inches by 24 inches, but the question came up as to whether the board understood that if they were that size, they would not be centered on all of the columns. They would be centered on the columns that just had electrical conduits, but on columns that also have drainage pipes or only have drainage pipes, they would not be centered if they were size 50 inch, 50 by 30 by 24. If you wanted them all to be centered and all of consistent size, we would need to increase the size of the bases to 68 inches by 30 inches by 24 inches. So this is coming back to you to opine on what the board was intending. Did you want consistent size bases, but not necessarily centered, and 50 inches in width, or do you want them to be centered and larger than the 50 inches, up to 68 inches?
Nor does that size change the impact of the spacing on the parking spot?
So it doesn't change the depth of the base, so it doesn't interfere with the dimensions of the parking spaces. You will still have compliant parking spaces. What it does
Okay.
is it leaves less space between bases for cars to move through the spaces. If a car is interested in pulling forward through a space as opposed to backing up. And I know that was something that we discussed. My personal opinion is that it's safer for cars to back out of the spaces rather than pull through. But we know kids will do what kids will do where there are spaces to pull through. The school department has reviewed this and they would prefer the sticking to the 50-inch wide bases, even if they are not centered, because they think that would have less impact on the parking lot. But it's really up to the board which way you'd like to handle that.
What's staff's recommendation, Nora?
So, I think I probably would recommend you stick with the 50 inch as well, because my concern is that in the case where you have posts that only have conduit and don't have drainage, you will now have those bases extending significantly beyond the necessary width of it. So here you have the one on the left that's just electrical conduits. The next one over, I think, has a drainage pipe. And you can see that one is a little bit larger because it has the drainage pipe. If they all had to be extended that far from the pole on the left side and that far from the pole on the right side, the bases become much larger. And I'm not sure there's a need for them to be that large. You just have a
Yeah.
lot more concrete extending beyond the columns.
So just to be,
That clarity would have been helpful when we were talking about it last week. I agree.
just to be clear though, like in this rendering, it looks like there are different size bases. The bases will all be the same size. They just won't necessarily be centered on the pole, if I
Yeah,
understand.
yeah. So the base that you see on that second column there, that's the size base that would be on all of the columns.
Mhm.
And on columns like the first one that only have electrical conduit, that size base would be centered on the column. But then as you move down to the second one, which has electrical conduit, also has drainage, that one would not be centered. It would skew towards the side of the drainage. And so all of the bases would be that larger side, the 50-inch by 30-inch by 24-inch, but they would not all be centered on the columns.
Thank you. Just wanted to make sure, because I think that's an older rendering, so it's a little, I just wanted it to be, make sure that we're all on the same page.
This is the rendering that you saw on, was it January 6th when you reviewed this last time? So the
Right.
rendering showed that the bases would be off center, but it didn't show them that they would be consistent size, because the consistent size was decided in the course of the meeting.
Thank you. Okay, any board member questions or thoughts on this?
Just so I understand, so in the original plan in the rendering, it would have been off center as well, because that's what you're showing.
In the original plan, it would have
Or
been,
in the one we discussed last week.
in the one you discussed
Sorry.
last week, the rendering showed different size bases, not consistent size bases, but it did show them off center. Yeah, off center in cases where there were drainage pipes.
So even
base-
if we had done the option we'd considered of just leaving it with separate sizes, it still would have been off center as well.
It
Okay.
would have been wherever there was a drainage pipe. So the way the bases are designed, the size of the base is determined by the need to encase the piping or the conduit or both.
So in no iteration of what about in the very original? Was it off
The
center?
very original did not have drainage pipes down
Oh,
each,
that's
so
right.
many of the columns, and they had cylindrical bases that were symmetrical and centered around the columns. So it was a very different plan originally than it is today.
So it sounds like there's no iteration other than this making everything even bigger that would get this centered. I think it looks a little weird off kilt, but I don't know if there's any other way to do this, you know.
Because
Maybe it's not so terrible, but
So if you did want them centered, so if you look at that base that's on the right there, that's almost centered. It would be a little bit larger to the right. So maybe you'd add about, I don't know, I'm gonna guess maybe 10 inches to the right. That would make that a centered column, so that you have the side to the left that has the drainage, and then the side to the right, which has no need to encase anything, but you would just be stretching out the column in order to have it be centered on the base. And then every other column would be that size. So it would
Yeah.
increase the width of the columns from 50 inches to 68 inches. No, I don't, it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. The main difference by making the columns larger, you're just doing it for that symmetry. You're not doing it for a practical reason.
How much off center are they, Nora, if we went without them all being consistent and centered?
I think the difference would be up to 18 inches.
Oh, that much. Oh, I was thinking it was going to be like 4 or 5. It appeared. Okay.
Because there are some of them that have drainage alone. So that one on the end there doesn't have an electrical conduit. It only has drainage. You see the next one up
Right.
has electrical. Then the one after that, it looks like it's just drainage. But there are some that have both drainage and electrical conduit, and those are the ones that would be the largest. And so that would dictate what you would be going with. That's how you get to the 68 inch, because if you have one that has electrical conduit and then has drainage, which is necessarily distant from the electrical conduit, but it's only on one side, now you need to stretch the base all the way to the other side in order to be symmetrical. And then you would need to take that 68-inch diameter and apply it across all the other columns. So the one you see there on the second post which is shown, I believe, as a 28 or maybe 30 inch. I think 28 inch, that one is shown 28 by 30 by 24 inches high. That one would then have to increase by 40 inches, 20 on
Wow.
each side of what you're seeing there in order to be the consistent size of the largest base.
Mhm. Is
So
there any difference in cost in
there,
pricing?
yes, the cost of the concrete would increase.
Yeah.
But what you essentially would have is more almost like a perforated wall, right? As you have 68 inch bases now instead of
With
58 inches with spaces in between them. So you would still have, I don't know, Rob, do you happen to know what the space would be between two 68 inch bases?
I don't, and it would change basically based on the distance between the columns themselves because they're not exactly uniform.
So does it make sense to go with just one wall then, and then you don't see any difference? Because if we have small spaces, it's going to look really weird. Which is what I'm guessing. If it's that much increase in terms of concrete, we're going to have the spacing is going to end up being small, relatively.
We would have to. I'd check on what the spacing would look like. I apologize, I don't have those numbers in front of me.
Okay.
Thank you. Maureen.
In the picture, is there any symmetry where like there's like the water pipe coming down is like every other, is it every third, or is it just random where they're spaced out? Like, is there?
It's not completely random. It's wherever they felt the need to drop a drainage line. But
It's every
Is it
other.
every third, or is it just
It's every second column.
every second? I'm just wondering, can you go with a smaller one and then a bigger one and center it that way? The smaller cement and then the bigger cement? I'm just trying to picture how that would look versus.
So then what you would be suggesting is, well, if you were going to do that, then the ones that only have electrical, you might want to go back down to the 30-inch columns, 30-inch bases, and then enlarge to the 68-inch every time you have drainage pipes. But all of them don't require 68 inches. That's the concern. The majority of them would only require 50. Let me get that right. It would be slightly less than 68. If you're trying to center it on the column, but only have it as large as needed to encase the equipment that's needed to encase, now you're going with variable size bases. And that was something this board did not want to do at the last hearing. So I think that's what you're reconsidering. Do you want to go back to the variable size and just center them all on the columns? Or do you want to have a consistent size centered on columns at 68 inches or a consistent size not centered on columns at 50 inches?
Got it. Okay. So those are kind of like the three options.
Those are your choices. Or as Phil just suggested, a continuous concrete wall.
That goes down the entire.
This goes down the entire length.
The entire length.
I kind of lean toward the wall now, although I didn't the last time. It's just it might look really weird where you have the differing spacing and size of the concrete blocks. I'm open to other suggestions though.
Yeah, I think that's worth discussing. Tim, I see you have your hand up.
Yeah, that's what that was kind of my thought last week. Is if it's going to look goofy or not symmetrical, either a full wall or I saw in some of the staff comments or notes a continuous like the wooden rail or something. I feel like then that prevents people from driving through, and it at least eliminates if they're not fully symmetrical. There's at least some steady consistency that makes it look a little cleaner. Other than that, it's at this point I feel like whatever's most cost effective, and I don't really have really strong opinions, but
and is there going to be
to me that makes sense.
The kids then couldn't drive through a spot at all then.
Right.
Yeah.
And that might be a good thing. I don't know. Them all backing up.
Now my gears are turning. Any other board member questions or comments? I'm curious, Nora, you mentioned, or I think it was you, Nora, I'm sorry, that the school department preferred a particular solution because it had less impact on the parking lot. What exactly does that mean?
So I think they preferred sticking with the size that you had originally looked at, the 50-inch wide bases, but not having them necessarily centered on any of the columns, or at least not centered on the ones with drainage pipes where centering a 50-inch column wouldn't encase all of the equipment. I believe their thought on that is that by keeping the size of the bases to no greater than 50 inches, you left more room between the bases
Yeah.
that would allow cars to pass through. So I think that's the big question of whether you want cars to pass through or not. If you don't, then you're probably best off with a continuous concrete wall that goes across there. It's still a base. It would appear like a wall. But if not, then I think going with the school department's option of the 50-inch bases centered wherever they're just electrical conduit and off center where there are drainage pipes makes sense too. I think the least attractive option is going with 68-inch bases throughout.
Yeah.
Agreed. Thank you. The last time I checked, the law says you're not supposed to be driving through parking spaces, and like I'm invested in discouraging that. So if the
Yeah.
reason was that they actually wanted to leave room for that, I'm not sure I'm aligned with that because I know I see it everywhere I go. People drive through parking spaces, over parking spaces, and these are seasoned drivers. And not only is it against the law, it's against the law because it's not safe. So I'm more leaning towards something toward that will really make it as difficult as possible, if not impossible, to pull through. A, because I just don't think people should be doing that in general, but also it's even more protection for that sensitive equipment that's mounted on the columns from my perspective. But that's kind of where I am now. I see Rob has his hand up.
Thanks, Helen. The reason that the school wanted to have the bases at a standard size and have them be a little bit smaller is for maintenance in the parking lot. When you're plowing, you want to plow kind of north to south. It's something that Mike Perkins touched on in the last planning board meeting on January 6th. And so that's the reason that they wanted to have smaller bases, allow for
Aren't
their maintenance vehicles to pass in between the columns.
I recall him saying that. Aren't these covered though?
They are.
Like
So you're really only plowing the aisles between the bases, but
Yeah.
it does make it easier for a plow driver if they can cut across the empty parking lot.
Mhm.
So if you had the continuous walls, they would not be able to cut across the parking lot. They'd have to go up one aisle, turn around, and go down the other aisle, treating it more like less like you treat a street.
I kind of want to echo Ellen for a moment. I find people driving through spots. I was at the 128 train station tonight before I came here, and they have like plastic pole things that are. This guy drove literally right over it because he couldn't be bothered to back up and went straight through so he could cut down. And I saw him do it right in front of me. I'm like, dude, you're not supposed to just like crush the plastic pole. So I'm really I don't think the plowing issue is going to, especially with the the entire structure, is going to be that big. I lean more towards preventing people from going through.
Thank you, Phil. Amanda, I see your hand up.
One other thing to consider is depending on which base is where, it may not even be wide enough for the plow, depending on which plow they're using to clear the lot. So that's the other factor to consider is right now, it's not necessarily, particularly as you get down here, it looks like it maybe gets a little close, but it's hard to tell without fully scaling it out.
So it may not be super plow friendly, even with the approved design.
Potentially. I don't know what size blade they use for the school lot, but it could be close in some spots.
Thank you.
Just looking at the renderings, it looks like the openings between columns are roughly 17 feet, right? So your parking space is just over 18 feet, and then you take away the width of the columns, so you about 17 feet. And then if you have half of each base, and the bases are 68 inches, now you take from that almost 7 feet. So you're left with about 10 and a half feet of open space between bases if it's the larger bases. So that's about the size of a just larger than a parking space. So you'd be pulling through very carefully. A plow might or might not make it. A car probably could.
As it
Bart
was.
might be able to, but
That would do more damage.
yeah, I would be strongly guessing a plow is not going to be making it through with that.
Not successfully.
Not, or not without a lot of damage.
Right. So that's helpful. I was wondering about that too. Um,
And it might be easier for them to plow just straight down against a smooth wall.
Yeah.
It might be.
might,
Can you just remind me, are the poles, are they all equally spaced from each other?
Generally, but not perfectly equally spaced.
Okay. But to the eye, because I could see it looked, if there was a continuous wall and these poles were really spaced out at different lengths, that would look, that would look unappealing as well. But if generally they're going to look somewhat coordinated and even.
Yeah, Rob, could you show the rendering again, or Amanda, do you have are you the one? Yes, Amanda's sharing. If you could share the rendering again, I think that's pretty close to showing what it would look like. Ignore the bases themselves and just look at the posts here, the columns, and you'll see they appear to be equidistant. It's probably not to the inch though.
Well, yeah, those don't look equidistant to me, but
I was wondering about that, but I think that's the angle because I'm looking
angle.
at where the base is in the I
parking
think that
space.
because those parking spaces as you get towards the black SUV look really skinny. So I think that's just a perspective thing.
Yeah.
Because I had the same thought and then I was like, well, wait a minute.
Give another picture, another angle.
Yeah, there's
yeah.
several renderings.
If you look at the back row, it looks evenly spaced out.
They're
I think
all
if
at
you're
an angle.
driving through the parking lot and looking for a parking space, it's the spaces that guide your eyes more than the columns and the canopies.
They're all like slightly off, but I have this one.
I've driven through there a couple of times and I don't remember the columns and I'm got a touch of OCD. So if they were really way off, it would have bothered me and I'd remember it. I didn't measure them, but they weren't in my recollection so visibly different that it made me say, oh, that is annoying. So I feel like they're not horribly off.
This is probably the best rendering. So you can see that they're generally, it looks like a pattern of repetition of generally same size stalls in between the columns. But if you actually went down and counted the parking spaces, you'd see that it's not to the inch. But I don't think to your eye you would notice it. So I think the question is to picture here this rendering with either significantly larger bases centered around the poles or with a continuous wall.
And this here is depicting centered.
No, it's not. It's depicting non-uniform bases. So it's
Gotcha.
depicting some of the 30-inch bases and some of the 50-inch bases. So if you picture them all, the larger, bigger than the 50, they'd have to be 68 to be all centered and consistent.
Yeah. Mike, I think you had a
No, I think I'm for the continuous wall. My only question is, would those get really dirty? Will that wall look dirty and unappealing? Would we clean it? Could we paint it Westwood green? Like just that's like my only kind of comment on that. But I do think it's going to look a lot cleaner as a continuous, cement structure there.
I would be hesitant to have it painted because I think when you paint it, that's when you see the chips when students or anyone parking in that lot accidentally hit into the base, whereas the concrete will be less apparently chipped if it's not painted. But they would have to be maintained. They will collect debris. To be honest, this is a parking lot not just used by students, but used to people going to sporting events after school. whether it's a wall or bases, they are going to collect
Yeah.
Dunkin' Donuts cups
Yeah.
and other items. So there's going to need to be a
Mhm.
consistent effort to maintain the area, no matter what you choose, whether it's bases or walls or it's going to need maintenance. But I think I would probably hesitate to require them to paint it because I think that may look messier.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I agree with Mike. I lean towards a wall.
I do see Rob's hand up. Yes.
A wall, I will say a wall would be extremely expensive and cost prohibitive. Could we lean towards the guardrail ideas, the wooden guardrails? I know that was thrown out in the first planning board meeting. It was mentioned a little bit earlier tonight. It would provide the same amount of protection and probably look a little bit nicer than a concrete wall running all the way across the parking lot.
Rob, what's the difference? Just because I had asked earlier about the cost and didn't really hear that it was cost prohibitive. What do we have any numbers, or are we in the dark about that?
I mean, the base installation itself with all of these bases consistently, with the previous proposal that I suggested before with 24-inch bases, 30-inch bases, 50-inch bases, that was going to be about $40,000. If you have one consistent wall across the entire row, I mean, that's probably going to at least quadruple the cost at the very least.
Quadruple the cost.
Yeah, because you
That
have
should
to
have
have
been provided to us, because
So
I really, it's so frustrating not to have sufficient information to be able to make these decisions, and then you come back for clarification. This is very frustrating.
I sincerely apologize. I speak up now for clarity's sake. I just wanted a
No,
chance
but
to,
a quadrupling of the cost is something that should have apprised us, because that is clearly a material point that we should be apprised of when we're considering this. I mean, whether it was last week or tonight.
Phil, as I said, I apologize. I'm bringing it up now. I didn't
That's
have a
fine.
chance to interrupt you guys before. I raised my hand, probably 5-10 minutes ago when the wall first came up and was seriously being considered. I wanted to nip it in the butt then, but I didn't want to be rude.
So
Okay.
I have a question. You mentioned that cost was based on your original multi-size basis, some of which were very small. What's the cost of what we approved the last time we saw you? Because those were all larger, they're uniform size, but they're larger. They're the 50-inch so I would assume that's more than what you quoted because there was going to be a cost increase anyway, or is that not true?
It will be slightly more. There will be some cost savings because they'll be able to reuse the forms on every single column, so they won't have to make specialized forms for each one of them. They could kind of rinse and repeat. So there's
Okay.
definitely some cost savings there, and you can increase your productivity a little bit. I will say the best alternative would probably be the guardrails, because we could install it this winter because we wouldn't have to wait for the spring to set the concrete. And also wood would likely be a lot cheaper than, concrete across the entire stretch of the parking lot, because with that, you'd have to have a rebar cage across the entire section of each of the canopies. And it just, it blows up in cost really
Right.
quickly once you extend those
So-
bases.
It would be, just so that I make sure I understand and that anyone else who's watching, if we went guardrail, we're talking about wooden guardrails instead of the bases. It would just be the wood across the pole, and that would provide the protection that, and would that pass muster with the building commissioner and the electrical inspector as well?
It would, but just to be clear, it still requires concrete for
Right.
the
Base.
guardrail. So the guardrail is a wooden guardrail that's attached to concrete posts. So
Okay.
they wouldn't have to be as frequent as at every base, but you would have to have a concrete post that would essentially be probably at least 24 inches wide. Maybe it would be 30. I'm not sure, because now you'd have the posts with the wood attached to either side of it, and that wood has to be outside of the dimensions that you're trying to protect. So
Shortening space.
Right.
so I think
And
you'd almost have concrete bases, just not as frequently as each column,
Okay.
that the wood would then be attached to. Or maybe it's
Thank
not concrete bases, maybe it's the wood is placed into the ground, but you don't need to see the concrete, but what I'm trying to say is that wood has to be in concrete, right?
There has to be a
It has to
footing.
stand in deep into the asphalt, and it has to be far enough away from the columns to protect the columns, but no further than the bases would have been. So that maximum dimension is still 30 inches of depth.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Nora,
No,
what-
that was a little confusing in that, we were hearing they wouldn't have to wait because of no concrete. That's why I was asking, because I
Right.
was surprised to hear no concrete. I see Rob's hand up again.
So for the wooden guardrails, I took a look at them a couple of weeks ago. We would essentially install one post in between each one of the columns, and then secure the wooden guardrails to the columns as well as the posts in between the columns. So we would place a post in between each one of the columns, equidistant from the two columns, and so you would just have a post to secure, your horizontal post too.
And the
In
post would be embedded in concrete.
How tall would that be, that fence?
36 inches.
3 feet?
Yep.
Nora, was Mike Perkins concerned about the maintenance if we went with the guardrails? I thought that was one of the points he brought up.
It was actually Mike's suggestion originally. Is Mike, I think he's on here if he wants to jump in. Mike,
Oh,
if you can hear us, if you want to weigh in on this, but I think the guardrail option was at Mike's
Was something he was
suggestion
interested
early
in.
on.
Yeah, I'd love to hear from Mike.
Yeah, I thought I saw, because to the point, I can't recall, I think it was Tim who said, these are covered parking spaces. So I understand that it's probably easier for the plow to pull through, but I'm not sure how much snow we're going to be seeing in the parking spaces when they're covered.
Yeah. So in reference to, for our concerns as far as impact to the electrical components, it matters not what it is, as long as it provides protection there. The plowing, maintenance, whatever, was kind of a secondary thought thrown out there. So, from my and the wiring inspector's perspective, so long as it prevents a car from bumping into these, obviously, if somebody's cruising through the parking lot at 30, they're going to be able to bust into these. But as long as it prevents somebody from nudging into one of these, it doesn't really matter how that's accomplished.
Okay.
So Mike, would you be okay with the guardrail concept?
Yeah, as long as it was, spaced and located appropriately to prevent contact with the.
Of course.
The drainage isn't really the biggest concern for us. It's the electrical wiring and
The electrical stuff. Well, clearly that's a concern.
So Nora,
That's not a maintenance. That's an installation.
Right.
If we were to ask them to pursue that option, would we need to have a new design submitted for us to evaluate?
So the way that I have originally addressed it is through a condition that would require a revised set of project plans for review and approval by the town planner. Now you can say what those plans should show. So if you were looking for the continuous wall, you would say where the plans show a uniform continuous concrete base to encase all electrical conduits and drainage pipes with bases that are 30 inches deep and 24 inches high, and which extend the full length of each canopy. Or if you wanted a guardrail, you could say to, the same thing, having the plans submitted for review and approval by the town planner, where the plans show a continuous wooden guardrail, the full length of each canopy, where the height of the guardrail does not exceed 36 inches in height, and where the width does not exceed 30 inches in depth, or the depth does not exceed 30 inches.
Okay. And
Rob, what's the cost differential between the guardrail versus because you were thinking the quadrupling if it was a continuous wall. What's the extra cost for a guardrail?
Guardrail, I'm getting it quoted right now, actually. I haven't received
Okay.
anything back from our vendor, but I do have
In real
Okay.
wooden?
Can someone remind me what the overall cost of the project is?
overall as in total for Amoresco.
For the town,
Oh, for the town. I can't speak to that.
I can't speak to that either.
or for Amoresco, the
For Amoresco, I believe it was about $2 million. Let
Thought it was higher.
me check.
While you're peeking, I'm just going to ask the question. I appreciate you're getting the quote now. Is that something you expect to receive while we're having this discussion? Because my thought is I don't want us to approve something else that we're then going to hear maybe isn't going to work with the numbers.
Exactly.
Yeah, I would really love to see the two to see the two designs
Renderings.
and
Side by
visuals.
side.
Yeah.
And I'd just like to know what the cost, what the cost percentage is to add the wall or to add the
Versus
guardrail
adding
to the overall
guardrail.
project. I assume we're installing this because we're going to get money back through energy savings at some point. So I'd rather do this right than have it look really weird and sloppy.
That's
So I will
I
say that the school department's interest is in getting this turned on as soon as they possibly can.
well, the school
So,
department probably should have apprised us a long time ago then.
so I would say that if it's something that you would want to see plans rather than leave it up to the town planner, then I think it would be something that everyone would have to understand, would then have to wait. You wouldn't get the plans until your next meeting, which is on February 10th, and that Amoresco then could not begin the installation until at least the 11th, and probably quite a bit later than that because they'll have to order whatever it is that they're installing. So just so everyone understands what we're talking about and that it's further delay of a project that has already been incredibly delayed.
I take a quiet exception to the delay being on the planning board's responsibility.
Oh,
And
please,
I
I'm
think
saying
we're
that delays
acting
on the planning board side.
and it's not that's not for you, Nora. It's just saying the planning board is acting very expeditiously with limited information, and we're only back here because of that absence of information when we considered this last time.
Correct. And all the modifications that this project has been through since it was initially approved are because of incomplete information on plans. So
Exactly.
Well, that's why I think it's good that because if cost is a concern, I personally am okay with the town planner reviewing. If we decide a guardrail, I'm fine with the town planner reviewing it. This is just my opinion. But I'm hesitant for us to now say, okay, let's go with a guardrail and then find out that that costs too much too.
Well, that's exactly what the quadrupling, if that is actual, then that's obviously a material point that if we had approved a continuous wall and then they came back yet again saying, oh my goodness, we just approved something that's going to raise the price by $150,000 or whatever.
So would the board consider granting approval for either the continuous wall or the guardrail and leaving it to the town planner to work with the applicant to find out which is the most cost effective? If you're happy that either would work, that would be an option. You could have a condition that allows them to do one or the other.
That's an interesting idea. And I do see Maureen's hand up. She's been waiting patiently.
I have one. Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure, and this is just me visualizing what a fence would look like. I guess that's what I want to call it, is like almost like a fence, a short fence. I don't know whether that would be visually appealing. At least that would not be visually appealing to me. And if it was going to be wood, I don't know. Like if maybe it was like one of those smaller, like composite fences that kind of look like almost like composite. Do you know what I mean?
So the purpose of the fence is to deflect vehicles. So
Correct.
a
Correct.
vinyl material, composite material would not work. So
got it. Okay. The wood would.
Amanda, I think in the application there is an image of a guardrail. It's not superimposed on the canopy structure, so you kind of have to use your imagination. But there is an image that shows you what a wooden guardrail would look like. The material itself would look like.
Mm-hmm. I'm working on pulling it up. I was also trying to, because I'm pretty sure this is with that Xaverian, if I remember correctly. But
Sorry, is Amoresco installing the actual solar structures up top as well, or just the posts?
I remember that picture.
Amoresco is responsible for the overall project. They're contractors installing the project. Amoresco.
The general.
Rob, you can speak to that better.
Yes, that's correct. So we installed the canopies, and we are also going to be installing the guardrails if they are approved.
So what else is left to the project itself when you said it's $2 million to Amoresco? Are there other components to this project that's part of what they're trying to do, installing solar canopies?
Uh, Not sure what you mean. Are you asking just, is there anything else besides the solar canopies that we're going to be installing?
Yeah, as part of as part of this project.
No, it's just this. So as soon as we have this installed, we'll have the electrical inspector come back out, give us approval. We'll unlock the AC breaker and then put the project online.
All other components of the project are installed. The canopies are in place. The bicycle rack is in place. The
Yeah.
ramp
Okay.
that gets you to the bicycle rack is in place. The additional parking space that they added, that's all done. So the only thing left to do is to protect the structures and then to come back and regrade and reseed the grass areas that have been disturbed during the project. And that work can't be done till spring. But once the wall or guardrail or bases, whatever this board decides, once that's in place, they can flip the switch and the town can start getting money back from the solar canopy.
Yeah, I guess the point I want to make is we're saying this is an extra cost, right? For instance, to do a clean wall, but I think if we had known everything up front, right? Like you're not going to design a plan that the wall's going to be crooked and the roof's going to be, at a weird angle, right? Like, and then when you go to fix it,
Exactly.
this is additional costs. Like a clean wall maybe should have been the original plan if it knew it couldn't do anything else that would look clean and not, you know what I mean? So I don't know if it's like an additional cost because we added this stone wall very late in the project, which really changes the whole, changes a substantial part of it. So, I wonder if this was all known originally, and they wanted a clean design, what it would have looked like. And it might have looked like a clean wall, to be honest with you. And that would just be, it would be 2 million, $50,000 instead of 2 million, right? So, I just want to throw that idea out there that I don't want to spend $2 million and something looks really off with the project.
I,
Thank
I agree with that.
Yeah, I think the challenge for me is what was built was not what we had actually taken the time to evaluate and really review before, with previous iteration of this board. So now we're kind of looking at what we have and trying to address needs with what's already been constructed. So I'm struggling with this a little bit too. I'm thinking of the safety aspect too, because the aesthetics is a large part of it. But and I don't mean any disrespect, but at the end of the day, it's parking structure. So I'm not as invested in the aesthetics, but I am invested in the safety. And I like the idea of something continuous, both to protect the equipment, but also to kind of direct traffic in the way that is the safest for everybody in that parking lot. I like the look of the wooden guardrail. I don't think that looks bad at all. In some ways, it might look better than the giant concrete bases, if it's just that with poles in between. Um, so I'm okay with Nora's suggestion about exploring either and figuring it out. But that's just where I'm at. I'm definitely wanting to see a continuous something, though. I don't think I'm happy with the individual bases at this point in time. Amanda, I see your hand up.
I know, I know we're already past the discussion of separation at all, but Todd Fortune did just respond that they use a 9 to 10 foot blade to plow the parking lot.
So that could be a
That,
challenge
that,
anyway with our,
that cuts it really close if it's 10 feet.
yeah,
That's 6 inches on each side of a blade. That's really tight.
yeah, that would,
That's real tight.
yeah.
He did just add that they do use the stow pusher up there as needed, but I think they try to keep it as simple as possible.
Yeah, there's probably limited snow that would be getting there anyways. But Rob, I have another question. Who bears the cost if there's an increase? Is it Amoresco under the contract or is it the town?
Amoresco.
So this would be a hit on your profit as compared to a hit on the bottom line of the town. Is that fair to say?
I think that there is you know what? I'm not the developer. I don't know what the PPA says.
Yeah.
I would assume that this would probably hit into Amoresco.
Okay. That's important just for our perspective. Just not that I don't think you guys are great, but our job is the taxpayers and the people of the town, and you're not a taxpayer nor a person in the town. So-
I do want to just point out though that I have heard from the school that the delay is what is costing them. So the school had expected this to be completed at the end of August.
Well,
So they had
that's-
been counting on the electrical savings. So they are concerned with the cost that's due to the delay in the Amoresco project.
Well, then they probably should have come to us in August.
What, do we have a visual of the rail? Did Amanda pull that up? I might have missed it.
She
Okay.
did. You can put it back up.
Sorry.
It was nice
Well,
looking. I thought.
Didn't
Well,
look
she's-
bad.
While she's pulling that up, I agree with what Ellen said. I like the idea of consistency, serves a purpose aesthetically. I think either will look fine. Again, I think I said this last week. I don't think any parking structure with these canopies look very appealing anyway. So I think this would help. I'd be open to having a condition to pursue either.
That seems like it might be the most expedite. If we're all in agreement that we want to see some sort of continuous line or structure rather than individual bases, I think Nora's suggestion from my perspective would be the most streamlined way to move the needle. And then let someone else, not this board, figure out what the price tag dictates. That's just my sense.
Yeah, I'll just say, I'll make one last comment. That looks nice. I just don't know how that's going to look in the parking lot with the concrete behind it, with the different space, are the concrete, is that still going to be different sizes? It's hard for me to picture without looking at it. And I
There
think
would be
we're
no concrete.
won't
I'm
be
sorry
any
to interrupt. There would be no concrete. There would be the columns behind it, but there would be no concrete in this.
Bases.
The concrete that these
Would
bases.
be a
these-
base.
The wooden
There would
posts
be
and the wooden
concrete base
posts.
though.
No, the wooden post would go into the ground. The concrete that holds the wooden post would not be visible. It would be
Okay.
flush with the asphalt as the columns are attached to the asphalt. So that you would not see bases. It's either the continuous wall that's made of concrete, or it's the wooden guardrail. It would not have both concrete and wood.
So to my eye, this would actually look cleaner in a lot of ways because it would eliminate the big concrete rectangles altogether and the poles in between the parking spaces. When I hear pole, I think of something that's not particularly large. Those would be the anchor points for this, if I understood correctly. That might actually look a little less industrial overall, if that's the only word I can think of, instead of these large concrete blocks or a large concrete wall. I think if we're talking aesthetics, as long as it's sufficient safety wise, I think the wooden rail actually looks better than the bases we were talking about last time, just in my opinion.
I will also point out that a wooden guardrail, you can replace sections of it if they get damaged. And the wood also shows less damage. Dings in wood are less apparent than chips in concrete.
Thank you. That's helpful as far as maintenance and ease of replacing damaged sections goes, because something will happen. That's just the way of it. Something will happen. Maureen.
So Nora, just
Sorry.
one small clarification. So there would still have to be concrete that the wooden guardrail is going to be affixed to at the bottom of the pole, correct?
The post would be driven into a hole in the asphalt and anchored in a below grade concrete anchor. So when you put up a sign or a guardrail or
Right.
anything, you
It
put
goes
the
into the
post.
asphalt.
Yes, there would be concrete underground. They would patch the asphalt around the wood. So you wouldn't see the concrete. You would see asphalt coming up to the edges of the wooden post that the guardrail is attached to.
So just this is a safety question. Where the exposure of the components are, whether drain or electrical, whatever, that's still then exposed because it's not encased essentially in concrete. There's only a wooden bar
Yes.
preventing
Yes.
a car from hitting it.
Correct.
That-
Yes,
that-
there's wood in
that's a
front
lo-
of it, but there's nothing encasing it.
So
So
that
you looked at
gives
the,
greater exposure of the safety issue to the electrical component parts, correct? Or am I wrong in visualing that?
so if you went through the wood, you could hit the
Right.
drainage pipe, or you could hit the electrical conduit. But
Right.
that's not likely unless you're flying through the parking lot. If you're just pulling into a parking space, you will hit the wood and it will stop your car. So I don't think the building commissioner or the electrical inspector had any concerns about a guardrail. I think they believe that would be sufficient to protect it in most cases. If someone flies through the parking lot and hits the wood barrier, and it
The
hits a
wood's not going to
conduit and
stop
they
them.
break the conduit, and then the fail-safe provisions of the electrical system come into play and the system shuts down. But it would need to be repaired. And Mike, if you're still available, if you want to weigh in on your thoughts on
Yeah, I'm
whether
here.
that's sufficient.
Yeah, if somebody wants to make it through, they're going to make it through, type thing. You know, the wood guardrails. I don't quote me on ratings, but 10 to 15 miles an hour, you're not gonna blow through the thing.
Mike, if you had concrete, what blows through concrete as compared to just, I mean, the wood to me is might be aesthetically nicer, but I would think there's more safety to the components if there's a concrete around
Yeah,
it.
I mean, there obviously there is. It's going to be stronger, but I mean, you've got wood guardrails on the highways. It's providing fairly decent protection there. You see them in parking lots where there's a steep drop off of a retaining wall or something like that. So I wouldn't bat an eye saying that the wood is going to provide less protection. Yes, it will, more than likely. But that's not saying that it's not protecting what needs to be protected, especially because it is a parking lot and you're not,
Going 50 miles an hour.
you're not pulling into a park. Hopefully, if you don't mistake the gas for the
You're not
brake,
going
which
at 40
happens.
miles an hour in a parking lot.
Yeah, as long as you're not doing something like that. I mean, and then all bets are off. But yeah, I would think there would be sufficient protection provided.
Thank you. So for expected use cases, not
Right. Yeah. If somebody wants to drive through the thing, they're going to drive through the thing. Put it that way.
Yeah, yeah. And then we got bigger problems going on in that parking lot at that point. So thank you. Maureen, you have again been waiting very patiently.
I did. If they place the wood post in front of the actual pole, the canopy pole, wouldn't that be a stronger buffer? Is that something they would think of doing? Something that would make it a little safer? I don't know. Or do they have to place those posts equidistant down the whole length?
So I think I'd leave Rob to speak to that. I remember our goal is to have the protecting structure with the least depth it needs to protect the structures while leaving the most parking available.
For the space.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You mean like line up the pole with the pole? Is that kind of what I'm hearing? Like, so the wooden.
I was just thinking just to give it a little more, I don't know, a little more thickness, but how deep are those poles? Like, are they what, like 6x6s or what are they? Those posts?
I think they're 8x8.
8x8?
Not sure. So I would
that would lose a little space. Is that what the concern would be?
I think the greater concern would be that the bases that those posts have to go in, you don't want to compromise the base that the columns are in. Right? So the columns are set into concrete that's below grade.
Yeah.
And that concrete is wider than the columns. So you don't want to put a post too close to those concrete bases around the column that the columns are adhered to. So I think you'd want the bases for the guardrail to be further away from the columns, not right in front of them.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Amanda, I saw your hand go up.
Yeah, one other thing I want to point out is, the whole reason that the columns aren't perfectly spaced is because of existing underground infrastructure. And so in terms of where the supports for the guardrail are, they might have some restrictions there as well. So it's not, Rob can verify, but they might not be able to perfectly place them.
Gotcha.
Whereas the concrete bases are affixed to the surface, and so they don't interfere at all with anything underground.
That makes sense. Rob, did you want to speak to that?
Sure, yeah. I actually did take a look at the prints, and I did lay out where we would put the posts if we were to affix the guardrails to the columns themselves and then put a post in between each one of the columns, we would likely be able to place them equidistance between the columns and not hit any of the underground infrastructure. I do have a print I could share to make it a little bit
Yes.
easier for you to visualize if you'd like me to.
That'd be great.
Sure.
Thank-
Sure. So what we would likely do is we would place the posts here, and then we
We
would have
don't see your,
Yeah.
we don't see your image yet.
Oh, I always do this. I apologize. I'm used to Teams, not Zoom. So we would place the posts in the middle of the columns, and then we would put a spacer in between the post and the column so that we have we go about 30 inches into there's about 30 inches between the two horizontal posts, which is the same as the width that we had for the concrete bases. And if you didn't like that plan, then we would just put two posts in the center where this one post is. Doesn't really matter to us. As I imagined it, it would look something like this, where this post right here is a post that's in the middle between two columns. This right here, this component would just be a spacer made of either wood, likely wood. And then you have your horizontal post right here. If that's unacceptable, then we would just do two posts instead of one in the middle and a smaller spacer.
Thank you. That's helpful for visualizing. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. Did any other board members have questions or thoughts, or do we have consensus that I feel like we have consensus that we want to see a continuous structure, be it a guardrail or a wall? Are we amenable to leaving it in the hands of the two teams to kind of evaluate both cost-wise and move forward with whichever one fulfills our requirements but is the most cost-effective and expeditious?
Makes sense to me. Rob, real quick, does the guardrail option, could that actually end up being I know you're waiting on a quote. Do you think it could be comparable or even less expensive than some of the other the original alternatives?
Since our first meeting, yes, it has come across my mind that it could be a cost-effective method of getting this done. I initially proposed it to my boss, and he was hesitant about it, but he hadn't seen any numbers in front of him, so that's why I went ahead and made this print, and I'm trying to get numbers quoted up right now.
Thank you.
I would lead with, I guess, if there's what appears to be a significant disparity in the cost. I'm comfortable with the post and the quick drawing that Rob just showed, and putting guardrails as compared to just leaving, because I'd rather not have more uncertainty. I think we should just kind of like get this done and then get it completed and pull the switch. Let's get it going.
Excellent.
So
Okay.
I say, as compared to, I say we vote on a guardrail proposal, if that's the sense, and just get it done.
I'm good with that. Is everyone comfortable with just putting a pin in the guardrail? I'm seeing heads nodding. Unless someone has a strong objection, I think
I
it
know
seems
Mike was looking for
When you
renderings.
say put a pin in it, you mean go with it, right?
yes, sorry.
Yeah.
rather than leave it
I mean,
open-ended,
you were
it's-
hesitant. You wanted to look at the new
I've-
drawings, so
I
that's
wanted
why
to look at
I
both.
think I've been won over by the guardrail.
yeah, me too. I'm good with that too.
That picture
I guess my comment to staff, and I do trust staff, that if it doesn't look clean, if something looks off, I would want to see it again before I approve it and put my name to it. And I know this project, we've been back 2 or 3 times because there's been things that don't look well when you get into the details. So if we do this and everything goes nice and smoothly, and you guys are experts, you don't see any major issues to your eye, I'm completely good. But if you say, oh geez, this looks a little bit weird or off, and we should have them take a look before they put their names to it, then please come back to us. And the delay is not our fault. It's on it. So I echo Phil's comments on that. I would not hesitate a second for more delay if we need to get the project right. So
I agree with Mike.
That seems reasonable, that if staff sees something that you feel aesthetically doesn't look right,
Then come back.
and come back to us. But otherwise, if you sign off on it, then I agree. You are experts at what you do, and if you feel it is appropriate, whatever it, and what we just saw looks like it will aesthetically be nicely spaced, so I feel comfortable with that. I guess if there's a deviation, or if the reality once they do the full out design is different, yeah, if something doesn't look quite right, then I think it makes sense to come back to us. But otherwise, it sounds like we have consensus that we are okay with the guardrail with the conditions as Mike kind of outlined.
I would also just ask, coming back means with a full package, so we are actually aware and can see and visualize, and we know what is then in front of us, so we put a final decision on this entire thing.
Yeah, that seems like a reasonable, including costs, because I think like I would have really been amenable to the wall. It's quite solid, like it would achieve some of the things I was looking to achieve. But if the cost is a factor, I think with anything that comes forward, if there's even a ballpark number, or if, like you said, it quadruples the cost, something that helps us from the get-go understand if something's really not an easy option to pursue.
I
That would
promise if I have to come back, then I will have renderings, costs, plans, everything under the sun.
Thank you.
No, Rob, you're gonna be sending us each a case of champagne if you come back again.
Yeah, you're damn right.
just as a joke.
Yeah.
Not real.
So it sounds like, and I saw Nora typing, so I'm assuming motions and whatnot are being edited.
Yep.
Rob, I'll ask you, do you see any impediment at this time to moving forward with the guardrail, or would that kind of fulfill all the requirements? We've heard from the building commissioner that would work from their perspective. Is there anything that you can foresee at this time that would negate kind of this conversation?
No, guardrails is the best way to go.
Okay,
And
well,
when would the switch be turned on then if we do go with this?
If we do
Assuming
go,
we vote,
I'm hoping
if we vote in a few minutes on this, when are you going to be, switching this, turning on the switch?
Likely mid-February, I would say.
Okay.
that's great.
Okay.
Sounds, yeah, because to sink the footings, like I had a fence installed at my house in cold weather. It's a similar process, I think, putting the concrete in. It's a different process than having to mold and set concrete bases, right? So you'd be able to, okay. That's
And then
attractive.
it might actually be school vacation week, because now that I think about it, that probably would be the best time for us to do this installation when the parking lot's empty. So I'll say the end of school vacation week.
That sounds great.
Okay.
All right.
I like that. Okay.
And it sounds like we're ready for a motion, unless there's a.
Do you want to see the condition I've added first before you start reading the motion?
I think that's a good idea.
Can you zoom in a little, Nora, just because my eyesight's terrible?
All right, it's condition 4 that I've added, which reads, the applicant shall submit a revised set of project plans for review and approval by the town planner, where said plans show a continuous wooden guardrail, the full length of each canopy, where the height of said guardrails do not exceed 36 inches in height or 30 inches in depth.
Could we add, as discussed in the January 2026 by a majority of the planning board, or some typical language that you usually use in
Or
those? As a majority of the planning board. Considered, or yeah, something to that effect at the January 20.
Accepted. Is acceptable to each other.
Yeah, that's.
At the January 2026 meeting. That would work for me.
That looks comparable to verbiage we've included.
Used in the past. Yeah.
Okay.
And nor the depth of the spaces are going to be still similar to
Yes.
where they were.
Yeah,
Okay.
so if the space for the guardrails is no more than 30 inches in depth, then that only takes 15 inches off of each parking space, and we still have compliant spaces.
Got it.
Then we're good. Okay.
Excellent. All right, I'm ready for
Can I take a crack this time, Mike? Can I step in to the breach?
Can you do it all in one breath? That's the question.
I'm a lawyer, Mike, just like you, so you'd never know how much hot air I have. I move the planning board reconsider the January 6, 2026 vote to grant the minor modification of the solar design review approval for the solar canopy project at Westwood High School at 200 Nahatan Street, as described in the application, therefore submitted to the planning board and filed in the office of the town clerk on December 8, 2025, and vote to grant said minor modification subject to the following conditions. 1, except as modified by the conditions and finding hereof, the project shall comply with the project plans and with the conditions of all prior decisions for the property in all respects, and the applicant shall pursue completion of the project with reasonable diligence and continuity. 2, if the project or any condition imposed in this decision requires any other permit, license, or other approval from any town of Westwood board, commission, or agency, or other Commonwealth or federal regulatory agency, the applicant shall make an appropriate application for the same and shall obtain all required approvals prior to the start of any work. If any condition of such permit, license, or other approval from any other board, committee, or agency is inconsistent with this decision, the applicant shall make application to the planning board for an amendment of this decision, and the planning board shall consider such application in accordance with the requirements of MGL Chapter 40A, Section 9, and all applicable planning board rules and regulations. 3, any proposed alterations, modifications, deletions, or changes to the decision shall be requested in writing to the town planner and building commissioner prior to implementation. A, proposed alterations which are considered de minimis by the building commissioner may be accepted as a note to the file. B, proposed alterations which are considered minor by the building commissioner shall require the filing of a modification application of said approval for review by the planning board at a publicly posted planning board meeting. C, proposed alterations which are determined to be major by the planning commissioner or by the planning board shall be considered by the planning board as a formal amendment to the approval and will require a new public hearing before the planning board. 4, the applicant shall submit a revised set of project plans for review and approval by the town planner, where said plans show a continuous wooden guardrail the full length of each canopy, where the height of said guardrails do not exceed 36 inches in height or 30 inches in depth, as acceptable to a majority of the planning board members present at the January 20, 2026 meeting. 5, all project-related construction activities shall comply with the timeframe set forth in the town's general bylaws, Chapter 292, for noise and construction, which allows such work Monday through Saturday between the hours of 7 a.m. and 7 p.m., and Sunday between the hours of 12 p.m. and 7 p.m. 6, a copy of this decision and the project plans shall be kept on the project site at all times during construction. 7, the applicant shall submit a final landscape plan showing the species, size, and locations of the 14 trees which were planted on the property in November 2025 and shall replace any dead or dying trees in perpetuity. 8, the decision shall lapse if a substantial use thereof or construction thereunder has not begun, except for good cause, within 2 years following the grant thereof. The planning board may extend such approval for good cause upon the written request of the applicant. Somebody's got a second.
Oh, second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll take roll call. Phil?
Aye.
Maureen?
Aye.
Tim?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
I vote aye as well. That motion carries. All right. Rob, you're all set. Thank you.
I want that switch turned on, Rob.
All All right, you are muted, but we can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Thank you. We'll get it online. Thanks, everyone.
Okay,
Excellent.
thanks.
Thank you. Good luck
Take
with
it
the
easy.
rest of the
Thank you.
project.
Bye-bye.
All right. So our next agenda item is item 4, warrant articles, continuation of public hearing for consideration of proposed zoning bylaw, zoning map, and or general bylaw amendment articles for the May 2026 annual town meeting, continued from January 6th, 2026. All right. I guess Nora, Amanda, we'll just hand it right over to you.
Okay, so we worked on the articles between your meeting on the 6th and today, and we made revisions that we specifically discussed or that we thought were consistent with what you were looking for. So I can share my screen and show you what we have so far. All right, and I think that's about as big as I can make it and still fit on the screen. So this is through today with some changes to different sections. The first one is battery energy storage systems. Amanda looked into this quite a bit to see what the state has, what they're working on. They have not completed their model bylaw or their regulations, but she looked at it to take some information that we could use for definitions from what they're proposing. What staff is proposing at this time is that the board limit its changes to BESS, battery energy storage systems, to definitions of those systems that are necessary to put these uses into the use chart, so that you're defining where you can have the various systems, and then you're showing where you can have them, where they're either allowed by right, by planning board special permit, or they're prohibited. And we're defining what the various terms are. So some of the terms that come into play are aggregate energy capacity, battery or batteries, battery energy storage system, and then that's further broken down by tier. Tier 1 is the smallest, which has a capacity of less than 250 kilowatt hours. Tier 2 is between 250 kilowatt hours and 10 megawatt hours. Tier 3 is between 10 and 100 megawatt hours, and Tier 4 is anything greater than 100 megawatt hours. And then we added 2 other definitions, one for non-solar BESS and one for solar BESS. And the reason we did that is that where a battery energy storage system is associated with a solar facility, it's protected under the Dover Amendment. And so you already have a solar design review section of your bylaw that addresses how you handle solar issues, whether they're rooftop solar, which is allowed just by a building permit, large scale solar, which requires a planning board solar design review approval, and then other solar, which if it's a principal use requires a solar design review approval by the planning board, and if it's an accessory use, it just requires a building permit. So you've already put provisions into your bylaw that deal with solar. So what we've done is we've incorporated solar BESS within those provisions. So we're proposing, in addition to putting these definitions, that you make first you put them into the principal use chart. So if it's a solar tier 1 facility, it's simply allowed everywhere, goes right to building permit. If it's a solar tier 2, 3, or 4 facility, it's allowed everywhere, but it's subject to the planning board's solar design review approval. If it's a non-solar tier 1, 2, or 3, it would require a special permit from the planning board, so a full review outside of the solar approval. This would be reviewed just under your special permit requirements. And if it's a non-solar tier 4, it would only be allowed in the industrial zone and then only by special permit of the planning board. So that's staff's recommendation for a principal use BESS. Then our recommendation for an accessory use BESS. This is what we will mostly see, an accessory use BESS. It's a better battery energy storage facility that is accessory to a solar facility, or even if it's accessory to a non-solar facility. It's not the only thing on a lot, in other words. So wherever it goes, it's accessory to whatever is producing the energy that you're trying to store in this battery. So again, for solar BESS systems, if it's tier 1, goes straight to building permit for an accessory use. In this case, for solar tier 2, 3, or 4, it also is allowed in all districts, but now subject to your solar design review approval, which is in section 7.6. If it's a non-solar BESS, but it's a tier 1, so that's the smallest size you would have, it's again allowed just anywhere in the town, as long as it's that small battery energy storage system, which is just like a looks like an electrical box. You might see it on a garage or on the outside of a building. We have several of them already around town. But if it's a larger non-solar BESS, a tier 2 or tier 3, now this requires a special permit from the planning board. And if it's a non-solar tier 4, again, it's not allowed anywhere except for in the industrial zone, and then it requires a special permit from the planning board. So then we're recommending that you also make changes to your solar design review approval section to fold in these BESS systems. So where that section used to review, have the planning board review only large scale solar or other solar that's instituted as a principal use, not an accessory use. Now we've added to that also to include solar battery energy storage systems. The applicability, you have two, you might remember with your solar design review, there are two ways that solar facilities get reviewed. One is they go to the planning board if they're the large scale solar or other solar as a principal use, and they go just for straight administrative review if they're an other solar as an accessory use. So we've done a similar thing with the BESS systems. We're saying that if it's a BESS tier, solar BESS tier 2, 3, or 4, then it has to go for a planning board review. But if it's if it's a solar BESS tier 2, 3, or 4 associated with either a large scale solar or another solar that's a principal use, it goes just like the principal use to the planning board. But if it's a solar BESS tier 2, 3, or 4 associated with an other solar BESS proposed as, did I get this right? Yes. If it's proposed as an accessory use, let me go down here. Did I miss that? I think I just said it backwards. If it's proposed as in section 7.6.3 is if it goes to a planning board for the full review. Let me just see, where does it say? The administrative review, sorry. It's hard to see it on this. I've blown it up so big I can't tell what I'm looking at. Give me just 1 minute. Yes, I'm sorry, there it is. So administrative review is for a solar BESS tier 2 associated with other solar. If it's tier 3 or 4, whether it's associated with an accessory other solar or a principal other solar, it goes to the planning board. And then submittal requirements are the same as they are for the rest of the solar project. The idea is that if someone's coming to you to design a solar project that has a BESS with it, it's all one project. If there's an existing solar project where they come back to say they want to add a BESS, it goes through the same review procedure as the original solar project did. Placement, signage, setbacks, everything is exactly the same as it is for a solar project. It requires an operation and maintenance plan. And again, we have a decommissioning requirement in place for solar facilities. That same decommissioning requirements would apply to the solar BESS. Any questions about this article?
I see Amanda's hand and then Maureen.
I just wanted to add that while we're keeping it very simple this year, by next year we should have fully adopted regulations and a model bylaw to go off of. It also doesn't negate any state requirements. So under the draft regulations that are currently being reviewed, they have to go through extensive stuff with the state, especially on larger projects like a site suitability report. They have to receive a formal determination of score. There's a lot of steps that happen before they can even come to the municipality. So we're not necessarily missing out on any regulation by not having a comprehensive bylaw this year, because there's still other requirements that they have to fulfill.
Thank you. Maureen.
Yeah, that was part of my question about like how, if Mass state law changes, how we'll be able to amend this
Yes, so
Yeah.
we would need to go back for another warrant article next year after the state regulations come into play. We fully expect we'll need to do that. The idea here is to get a jump on things and at least have the minimum in place so that you don't get an application where someone comes in and says it's not defined in your bylaw, or worse yet, because you don't separate it out, it's the same thing as a telephone pole or some type of essential service, and so it's permitted everywhere. So we're trying to put in some guardrails that are consistent with state law, but not sufficient to meet the final regulations that we expect will come into play in the next year. So we do think this would be our first approach at regulating best systems, and we do think we'd have to come back next year and further regulate them.
Do you think you've gone, I don't know. Do you think you've gone too broad, or do you think maybe you've gone, I don't know. Are we playing it safe?
Yeah, it's intentionally broad. The idea is just to capture the use and say where the use is allowed, where it's not allowed, and then have a procedure for how it will be reviewed by right, by solar design review approval, or by special permit. It also, I think the most important part of this is the tier 4, the non-solar tier 4. We're prohibiting it everywhere except for the industrial district. I think that's the most important part of this. So right now, because it's not in our use chart, it's not prohibited anywhere. It's just not defined. There are applicants who would at least argue and perhaps take us to court that if it's not prohibited, it's permitted everywhere. So we're trying to get a jump on that before someone submits an application to put a tier 4 BESS somewhere in town where we don't want to see it.
Okay. Now, and then kind of just from clarity, a solar BESS tier 4.
Yes. So a solar BESS tier 4, we are required, any solar BESS, you can't prohibit it. You can only reasonably regulate it. And so what we're doing is our reasonable regulation is under our solar design review approval section of the bylaw, which is similar to EIDR. It's not a special permit. You're not allowed to require a special permit for any solar facility. I will say also, though, the tier 4 have stringent state controls that don't apply in tiers 2 and 3.
So you are anticipating, if it goes forward like this, that it will be probably need to be amended because of the laws that may be changing in Massachusetts.
Yeah, we don't know what the final regulations are going to do, but we think that they might try to make towns be a little bit more accepting of these systems than this bylaw may be. This bylaw may be a little bit less accepting than the state ends up requiring us to be. So we're going to put it in. It's not inconsistent with any state law. And since regulations have not yet been put into place, there are no regulations to guide it against. So we're doing what we think is consistent with what we've seen so far, but we're understanding that we may have to take another crack at this next year, and we may need to expand the way we review these facilities.
And there's nothing out there right now for any of this. Because you said it goes through like a pretty long process at the state level before it
Yeah, Amanda, do you want to speak to where we stand?
Yeah, so there's no laws changing. It's just the regulations itself. So it's kind of like how we had with the ADU changes and the MBTA communities, where there's the law itself, which in this case is existing law, and then they're allowed to create regulations around that. And in this case, the regulations are very different than what we've seen with like some of the recent housing stuff that we've had to deal with in recent years, where it's really more about the state process than it is about the local process, and it more outlines how you can marry those two. So like I said, there's pre-filing where they're going through several steps before they can even come to the municipality for a request. And then even the model bylaw, which is also under review, leaves a lot of flexibility. They're leaving it as a recommendation, not a requirement. So like you look at other communities who are currently proposing bylaws in response to this model bylaw that's been released, everybody's taking a very different approach to it. So we have a lot more flexibility on this. What's kind of unclear is some of the Dover Amendment protections and how they apply. And so this at least makes it very clear we're honoring the exemption under the Dover Amendment for solar BESS, but everything else we're keeping fairly, I wouldn't say we're being more aggressive about it than the model bylaw. They have a very different way of looking at it, where we have business districts and then commercial districts. They're looking at it at a much more basic level of residential, commercial, industrial, whereas Westwood makes more distinctions where you maybe don't want a huge facility in your local business A district, but it would be okay in a highway business maybe. So there is a lot of flexibility, but it wouldn't negate, no matter what we put, it wouldn't negate any state requirements.
Thank
So
you.
I think what's proposed here would pass muster with the Attorney General's office. But until we see what the regulations are next year, we can't tell you for sure that it'll stand the test of time. We may need to come back again and make further changes.
Thank
you.
Mike.
Yes, I have two questions. Can you just briefly describe the differences between a tier 3 and a tier 4?
It's really just the capacity. So if I go back up to the definitions, a tier
Yes,
2,
the megawatts. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's the difference. A tier 2 is the size that you may see in a home or in an apartment complex, and a tier 3 would be for a larger apartment complex or maybe a retail area where it's providing energy for a larger system.
And so the risks that you've heard in the news the past, 3-4 years in terms of and I know the technology has gotten a lot safer, but in terms of, the fire risk and stuff like that, have those only applied to tier 4? Could those be applicable to tier 3?
You can have a fire related to a meltdown of a tier 1. Obviously, that's it's more contained.
Yeah.
Whereas a tier 4 can be a very large facility where it could have thermal runaway that the fire department simply stands back and allows the whole system to burn and protects the area around it. So the tier 4 often look like a series of Connex boxes.
The ones you
a
see,
lot somewhere.
yeah. The ones you think about. Yep.
That's probably the most profitable BESS for a company who is engaged in this to build, a very large one. And they take up a lot of land. Land in Westwood is more expensive than land in some other parts of the state.
Yeah.
In fact, most of the tier 4 BESS installations that are just starting to look around are looking at Western Massachusetts. So it's unlikely that we'll see one here, but we
Okay.
need to be prepared.
And I guess my question is really about tier 3, and are we being aggressive enough with tier 3 in residential neighborhoods versus basically, having an N under residential?
And if it's non-solar, that is your option. You can decide that you don't want it in a residential neighborhood because you think it's much larger than any single or two-family house would need.
I mean, but I'm curious what the staff's thoughts are. And then my other comment I'll just throw out there is in terms of solar, my understanding, and I read Amanda's memo very quickly, was courts have interpreted where there's a solar installation that you could also, if you then put up a non-solar, but it's connected or interacting with the solar, then that would also maybe be protected. I guess I'm questioning, is there a health and safety reason why we would want a solar BESS in a residential neighborhood? Because I think under the Dover Amendment, if there's a health and safety rationale, it could potentially pass muster under it, right?
So if there's a health and safety rationale, you can regulate it, but you still can't prohibit it.
Okay.
So what you could do is you could make sure that it's designed in a way that the setbacks are sufficient from any other buildings where if it does catch fire, there's an opportunity to fight that fire without it spreading to another structure. But you could not say they can't have it. So if someone wants to come in and put a tier 4 BESS system that's a solar system, you have to allow it. You're not allowed to restrict it. You can
They would
just
need to go through the
regulate it.
special permit process, and maybe it would get,
Well, under the Dover Amendment, that's the thing. For a solar facility, you can't have a special permit process. That's why we developed the solar design review approval process, which stands in place of a special permit. So that's what this requires.
Got it.
So I think let me go back down to the principal use chart. For solar facilities, I don't think you have much choice here, but to simply say that they're allowed any tier, subject to solar design review approval.
Okay.
For the
And what was
non-solar
that?
though, what we have done is staff have recommended that it be allowed by special permit, whether it's tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3. If the board is not comfortable with that, for non-solar, you have greater flexibility. You could have maybe tier 1 and tier 2 allowed in residential districts, and tier 3 not allowed in residential districts. That's up to you. You can
I'm curious if a tier 3 belongs in a single family residential character neighborhood, right? I don't know what the tier 3s are, so I'm just asking the question,
So a tier 3 can actually be relatively small. If you look through the examples that I had sent out, you'll see that sometimes even two facilities that have very similar output can look very different just depending on the technology that they use.
Okay.
And it's one of those things that's going to constantly be changing. So batteries are going to continue to get smaller. So what might be, the size of a like a shipping container now, within a few years might be more of like an 8x10 box. The other thing I wanted to add about fire safety. So the BEST includes fire safety within it usually, particularly with the larger facilities. So sometimes they'll have a sprinkler system. They almost always have a temperature control. So they'll have like an HVAC system to make sure it's not getting too hot or too cold. Sometimes they have built-in fire suppression systems where, the suppressant will release if it gets triggered. And then also already it's something the fire department does anytime there's any type of battery facility in town already. Like we did this with 24M, the battery research facility. The fire department does trainings specifically for that site so that they're prepared and they're aware of any larger scale facilities that might require special management in an emergency.
and
Yeah,
having,
sorry.
There's also the toxic fumes that are released from it too.
Yes, yeah.
So that would be one of my concerns. But as I said, technology does advance. Things will probably get safer and smaller. But still, we do have to think about safety.
And that's why the proposal here is if it's a non-solar BESS, you do require a special permit.
Yep.
Wherever
Mhm.
it goes, it has to be by special permit so that you can take into consideration the precise site that's being proposed and impose setbacks or, some type of arrangements that you think are necessary to make it the safest facility it can be. And you can also propose screening by a special permit so that if it's in a residential district or a local business district, you might want to fully screen so that no one around it could see it unless they're on the property. But if you're concerned about tier 3 being allowed in
Yeah, I'm just curious, and if I'm going to let others speak, but if Mike Perkins wants to, if he has any knowledge about megawatts, I was terrible in physics, but I'm curious what his thoughts are in a residential, and if that capacity and that power is something to be concerned about or looked at.
So
thank you.
I guess the thing with the solar, or especially with the batteries, with the lithium ion batteries, isn't necessarily the potential for them to catch on fire more often. Even with the electric vehicles, it's not that they're burning more often than gas powered vehicles. It's just when you hear about them, you hear about them a lot more, just because you can't necessarily put them out with water. So it's more extravagant or eye-catching. So for the technology piece of it being safer, it's not that they're necessarily inherently unsafe currently. The concern becomes as you get the megawatts up there, You've got more and more of these batteries next to each other. And if you have one failure, that can lead to, dozens of failures. And as Nora said, it's I don't want to put words in the fire department's mouth or speak to their workings, but it's typically called surround and drown. You basically let it burn out and you make sure the neighbor's house doesn't burn down. For example, though, I mean, when we're talking about tier 1, 2, 3, 4, it is just the megawatts, the size of these things. Like Nora said, the larger tier 4 ones are very large. To be profitable, to be that big, you need a lot of land, a lot of area. That's probably not going to happen at least currently with the technology the way it exists. I don't know where that would go. But for example, if you've got a rooftop solar array on your house and you've got 2 battery systems right now at your house and you're 23, 24 kilowatt hours and you've got 2 electric vehicles parked there, you're basically a tier 2 facility right now anyway. So it's not necessarily, like I said, it's not the size of these become more dangerous. It's that the potential for one to cause a chain reaction becomes a little bit more something to be a little bit more, I don't even want to say leery, just aware of. But as Amanda said too, there's oodles and oodles of code requirements that go into these things, whether they be heat detection systems, fire separation between these batteries, whether it's different types of fire suppression systems, not necessarily sprinkler. You've got things like chemical and halon systems that remove oxygen from there to try to limit the thermal runaway on these, and separation and containment. So these are in a container. It's not like your AC compressor where it's sitting on the outside of your house next to where you park your neighbor parks their car. Eventually, once you get up to the tier 2 and 3, and especially the 4s, those are the self-contained units that have specific 1, 2, and 3 hour fire separation requirements, along with those early notifications, fire suppression systems, and whatnot.
I also want to just point out there is a significant difference between a solar BESS and a non-solar BESS in the likelihood of us seeing it here in Westwood, or the need for it. So currently, as a principal use on a property, a non-solar BESS is very unlikely to be needed anywhere in a residential district. They would come into play possibly in the future if the grid system needed to set batteries in different neighborhoods to deal with the significantly increasing power demand that residential properties are having. But right now, it's probably not something we'll see. And if the board is concerned with non-solar BESS greater than the tier 1, you don't have to allow them in residential districts. That's completely up to the board.
I see lots of hands. We'll go to Maureen and then to Tim.
Oh, that was never took down.
Oh, it was a legacy hand. Okay, well, we'll go to Tim.
No, I would just, I feel pretty strongly that I don't necessarily agree with the idea of changing zoning on the basis of that technology is going to change and improve and size restraints. I think we should put rules and regulations in place that apply to today and relative near term, and then can always adjust as needed. I don't really see the need for any of these. I did some research on kind of higher tier facilities, and tier 3 seems to be like industrial applications primarily. So I just don't know what the need is, and if it's going to send a message to to the town. I would just be in favor of not having those allowed in residential at the moment.
Thank you. Any other board members have comments on this? I tend to agree. Something that scale 3 and up in residential districts, even if it's not likely to show up anytime soon, I think it puts a pin in it for us to say we're not even interested. The non-solar, obviously, I understand with the right to solar laws, there are things that we can and can't do, but I would support disallowing those in the districts, in the zones that I think are probably far less appropriate for it, just to kind of codify that. Excuse me, thought I was getting better, but I still seem to be losing the voice. I think what makes sense, as we have several zoning articles, and I do see there are folks here, to take public comment after each zoning art, as part of each zoning article discussion, rather than holding it to the end, because that way, if there are folks who are here for particular zoning articles, they don't need to stay if they would prefer not to. So, I'll move to public comment on proposed PB Article 1 on the battery energy storage systems. If there's any members of the public who would like to comment, please raise your hand, or you can use the Q&A feature in the Zoom app. We would just need your full name and address. I'm not seeing anything on this one. So board can continue. It sounds like I thought I heard consensus for making a couple of changes as far as not allowing the non-solar ones in 3 and 4, if I heard correctly. But
Yeah, if they're industrial, more of an industrial use, I mean, it's unlikely they'd be in a residential district, but they should be placed in places that are kind of further away from densely populated areas at this point in time, obviously. We can always change that if there's like a business need for it. That was my only comment on the regulations.
thank you. Amanda?
So to clarify, you don't want to allow it at all in residential, or are you open to special permit? Because one thing to consider too, and I'm not trying to sway you one way or the other, is Westwood does have some significantly sized homes where a tier 3 might not be unheard of on the lower range for, certain homes. So just one thing to consider.
But I think that would be a solar BESS.
Presumably, yeah.
So the non-solar BESS, so solar BESS are simply going to be allowed everywhere. It's just a question of whether you're reviewing them under your solar design review or not. So the way we have it now for tier 1 solar BESS, it's just allowed to go right to a building permit. That's the very small ones. Tier 2, 3, or 4 solar BESS, you go to the planning board for solar design review approval. So then it comes to the non-solar BESS. So this is something, say Eversource decided that they wanted to put battery energy storage facilities in various neighborhoods. They wanted to, an example, it's a little bit different, but the Dedham Westwood Water District is putting in a pumping station in a residential district. We have pumping stations in various residential districts. Eversource has a transfer facility in a residential neighborhood now. So if they wanted to put more, not necessarily transfer facility, but some type of a BESS system in residential neighborhoods, they would have to describe what they proposed and come to the board and either get a special permit if you allow for a special permit, or if you don't allow it, they would have to stay out of residential neighborhoods. They would have to go somewhere else. For right now, I think that's probably okay. If you wanted to say not allowed, doesn't matter if it's tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3, or tier 4, you're just not allowed in residential zones. You probably could do that now. I don't know that you'll always be able to do that. So we have to wait to see what the state regulations are and if the state is interested in forcing towns to allow even non-solar BESS in residential areas. But the current law, I don't believe, requires you to accept anything other than a solar BESS. So if you want, what I've done is I think responded to the comments I heard and made these non-solar BESSes of any tier prohibited as a principal use in any residential zone, allowable only by special permit in business zones if it's tier 1, 2, or 3, and allowable only by special permit in the industrial zone if it's tier 4.
And this is just for the principal uses, yes.
Yeah.
That's just for principal uses. We'll get to accessory next. So does that capture what you had in mind?
I think so. We can discuss this more the next time too. I don't want to handicap Eversource if they're going to save everybody a bunch of money and there's this new technology, right? We can always come back and revisit it, obviously. But I just wanted to start the discussion. My understanding is a planning board special permit, while we do have discretion, they do, they might have a right to put this in if there's, we lose some discretion, obviously, right? If there's a special permit, we can't just
So-
deny it for no reason,
Yes,
right?
if it's a special permit, it cannot be unreasonably denied.
Yep.
Okay, so then we'll look at the accessory uses and tell me if you think that needs to change as well. So right now for solar, tier 1 would be just allowed go to a building permit, and tier 2 would require 2, 3, or 4 would require solar design review approval, could go anywhere. Non-solar, tier 1, I'm suggesting be allowed anywhere. So that's the tiny little box. If Eversource or some energy company wanted to put small boxes in residential zones and you don't have a problem with that, they could do that, just go straight to a building permit. But if they want to do anything larger than that, it would not be allowed. Tier 2, 3, or 4 would not be allowed in any residential district. Tier 2 or 3 could be allowed by special permit in the business districts. Tier 4 could only be allowed by special permit in the industrial district. And this is as an accessory use. So this would be on a property that has another use, whether that's a home or a business, a school.
So I guess my question on this is, would this refer to like permanent installations of a BESS? Because I know I've talked to a lot of people who are moving towards, myself included, instead of the gas powered generator, there's the small boxes that you can plug in if your power goes out, not a full-time kind of thing, but an emergency use. So would this, and it's not necessarily, it's solar capable, but you don't necessarily have to buy the solar panels to use it.
Right. So
Yeah.
the way it's written right now, that would prohibit in a residential zone. If you want that to be a possibility in a residential zone, then even for a non-solar BESS, you'd want to make it special permit, planning board special permit. So you'd have the option to review and decide if it's appropriate in the specific condition where it's recommended.
For anything above tier 1, because tier 1 is like small, right? They're like
Tier
the
1 is very small. Yes.
Tier 1 already exists in Westwood. People get it. If they put an EV charger in their garage, a lot of
Right.
times they'll install one of these batteries with it.
There's the Tesla ones, and now, like I said, I'm seeing the portable ones where you can install them permanently to get the offset to your electrical usage, but you can use them instead of your gas powered or propane powered generator,
Yeah.
or take them on the road with you to like it. So that I would be loath to limit, because if people are going to use emergency generators, which I think sometimes we're seeing we have to, I would rather they be using something like this than a fossil fuel. I'd like to encourage that. So I don't want to cripple the people who want to do that, but so it sounds like the bulk of that would be covered under tier 1 for
No, it's not for a full house generator. A full house generator would probably be a tier 2, or a very large house, it may be a tier 3. A tier 1 would be sufficient to power a single car.
Is there a way to qualify this? Like, I don't know how deeply we can go with restricting within the residential zones for a residence rather than for something else. I don't know. Because like I said, I'm looking at it now. I can tell you firsthand experience, like we have a gas powered generator that we roll out if there's an emergency, but we're interested in switching that over. So I don't want to make that something that homeowners can't do.
So you could add another definition. So a non-solar BESS accessory to and for the sole use of the residential premises, you could do that, or you could simply make it a special permit, planning board special permit allowance, and then the planning board, when it reviewed for the special permit, could determine whether it was related just to that home or whether a homeowner wants to put in a BESS because they're getting funded by the company that they're storing electricity for.
Gotcha. Either or. I just would hate to.
What about dividing the two I mean, my comment was on 3 because I just figured that was going to be bigger and more of a unknown.
So separate 2 and 3 and
I'm just throwing that out there. Would that solve the problem, Ellen?
I'll show you what that looks like, and you can.
Yeah, I think it's a separation of 2 and 3.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, Mike.
if that solves for it, I think that's good, because I think there seem to be a lot of people in Westwood who are looking, now that the battery backups, you don't have to have solar panels to be able to utilize one. There are other ways to charge them, and they're a little easier in some cases to deal with than a gas powered generator. I don't, and there are people who are interested in the clean energy aspect of that. I don't necessarily want to deter people from being able to do that just to plug their house in when their power goes out, but I also don't want it to become a business. So maybe separating the 2 and 3 out solves the problem.
Oops, sorry. So that's what I've done here. I've made tier 1, non-solar is just an allowed use. Tier 2 is a special permit use in all zones. Tier 3 is disallowed in residential zones, special permit use in all business zones. And tier 4 is special permit only in the industrial zone.
And that should allow most people to run their home off a battery if they're out of power for a couple of days within tier 2.
I believe so.
So just running essential systems, so not necessarily your HVAC or any of that stuff. According to, this is from Tesla, they say you can run your essential stuff for 2 days without recharge on 13.5 kilowatt hours. So you'd be pretty, unless they're looking to run, everything in their house during an outage, you'd be hard pressed to actually need a tier 3, even in a larger home.
That seems reasonable. Then that seems to solve for it, so that we're kind of preventing what we don't want to see, but not having an unintended consequence there of stifling something that residents may want to pursue. I'm good with that if everyone else is.
Yeah.
Thanks,
That
Amanda.
works. Yeah, that works.
Given that part of the discussion, I guess I'll put out another call for public comment, just in case anybody wanted to weigh in on that. Again, you could raise your hand and we can promote you to speak, or use the Q&A feature. We would just need your full name and address. Nora, I'm sorry, just also for expectation setting, how you would like us, if I understood correctly, to get not totally final, but final, closer to final with the language tonight to really solidify it.
Yeah,
as best-
just even if there's something you still have a question on, let us know so that we can come back on your February 10th meeting, because the February 10th is really the last one that you want to be massaging language on, because you want to leave that meeting ready to go to the FinCom with near final articles, only to listen to more comments at that meeting and only make changes after the February 24th public hearing if they come out of that hearing.
Okay, great.
So we're hoping to have final language at the February 10th meeting. So if there's something you see that you're not comfortable with, or some question that you want staff to pursue the answers to, bring it up tonight.
Thank you. Just wanted to make sure we were all.
So this is pretty much final language is what you're saying, Nora?
I'm saying yes, unless there's something you're concerned about, and you'll have another opportunity to review it on February 10th if there's something you're still concerned about. But we would like to be able to bring you back answers to any questions you have on February 10th. So if you have questions, ask them now so that we can get you the answers.
All right, great.
Okay. So moving on to the next Planning Board Article 2 is zoning bylaws relative to adult daycare. We discussed this at your last hearing on the 6th, and the consensus seemed to be to simply increase the restriction that's currently on adult care facilities. It says no more than 20 adult clients operated by the owner of the premises, and we're increasing that to no more than 30 adult clients and operated by the owner of the premises.
This one seems pretty straightforward. Maureen, yes.
Nora, I don't know if it was a typo, but I think in the previous table, the SR was also a BA.
Let me see.
No.
Oh, sorry. Nope. Where is it? Sorry, I'm going to the wrong one.
Oh, for the adult daycare. The adult daycare.
Okay,
For the SR, I think that was also a BA in the previous.
all right, let me just open up. I might have gotten that wrong, so let me get,
I'm looking now, Nora.
Because I thought it was all the residents.
It's, yes, Maureen's correct. It was, by ZBA special permit in
the
special
SR.
residence.
There we go.
Catch.
Wow.
Good catch, Maureen.
Eagle eye.
There you go.
I'm not gonna do all your typos, though.
We're going to
lot
designate
of
you to
work.
review the minutes and tell us whether or not we have to read them.
Oh, no, it's like, oh, I don't know. It's my
Nice
background. Thank you.
Right.
All right.
Public comments on this one?
It was that, did you have
Do
something
you
else?
want to request? No, if staff don't, if board members don't have any comments, do you want to look to the public?
Public, yeah. Maureen, your hand was no.
That'll be after the public. Yes, I
Oh.
would like to make a motion.
Gotcha. All right. Any public comment on this proposed article on adult daycare caps? Please raise your hand or use the Q&A feature. I'm not seeing any hands or anything in Q&A at this time.
All right, the next article is relative to animal daycare. So I know board members were not necessarily committed to moving forward with this and wanted to give an opportunity for residents and business owners to weigh in. But the staff proposal is to amend the definition of pet care facility to say that a pet care facility does not provide animal daycare unless a special permit has been issued by the Board of Appeals pursuant to section 4.1.5.19 and a valid license permitting animal daycare is in effect. And if the board was interested in doing that, then we would add that new pet care facility with animal daycare and make it allowable by special permit, zoning board of appeals special permit in the local business districts, highway business district, industrial district, and industrial office.
Mm.
So we would be differentiating a pet care facility without animal daycare, which is allowed by right in commercial zones or by special permit in industrial zones. And we would then have another facility that does have animal daycare only by special permit in those business zones.
All right. Any board member discussion, questions, comments on this?
I'd like to see if anyone in the public has more thoughts or comments, because this is one that I don't see a pressing need for but I know we wanted to hear from folks.
Agreed. If board members are okay with that, because I think given that this was proposed by residents and local business, I think it would be good to get some feedback. So if there's no objections from my colleagues, I'd like to open up the floor to public participation on this article. If there's anyone from the public that would like to comment on proposed article about animal daycare uses in local business A, B, and highway business. I see Jen Perkins has her hand up. If we could enable her to speak. Jen, we just need your name and your full address.
Jen, you're on mute. Oh, there you go.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Yep. So
Yes.
Jen Perkins, 17 Burke Street. I am a resident of Westwood and have a very big interest in seeing pet groomers also be able to provide extended level of care for dogs during the day. I know for sure that people in town are using those both of the facilities that exist now on High Street when they drop their animals off for grooming, leaving them there and being able to go to a doctor's appointment or to to do some other things and not have to hang around and pick their dog up right away. I also know that people are interested in letting their animals be socialized and have a place to go during the day, especially where it's safe, where people are watching them, and there's activity happening, even if they aren't being groomed. So there is, and there was some incidents that happened this year where there was some confusion around this. So I appreciate the board's willingness to look at kind of clarifying what is allowed and what is not, since there was, some confusion about permits that needed to happen. So just commenting from my part, I like that we are having businesses that want to come into town and want to do services for our residents. And I don't really see the difference between having a dog go someplace for a couple of hours during the day and stay there while they're being groomed versus going for a couple of hours during the day if they're not being groomed. So, I appreciate the board's consideration of this, and hope that you do allow that as a use in town.
Thank you. Thank you. That's really helpful to hear from a resident on this particular issue. And I was just going to say, now do board members have comments? Mike, I saw your hand go up.
Yeah, I guess, one of the thoughts that popped into my head was, if there is some, I assume, limited need for this, and it's going to help, a couple small businesses stay afloat and help their business out. I guess, what is the harm? And maybe this is something where we put in a limitation on the number of animals, or we have some type of guardrail. Or otherwise, we'll leave that to the Board of Appeals, I guess. But yeah, as long as there's a reasonable restrictions, I think this could just help out some small businesses in town.
Thanks, Mike. Maureen? You're muted, Maureen. Sorry.
I agree with what Mike said, but I'm wondering if maybe there also should be hours of operation. And I don't know whether that would be also a limitation placed on it. But I think it's a good idea for the small business to give them a little bit more income.
Thank you. I actually have a couple questions around this, but if other board members have questions,
I was just going to follow up on the comment of a limitation on the number of animals, because I think it's going to complicate it a little bit if we try to do it by square footage, or large dogs are much different than small breeds, and I would try to keep it. I think it's okay for short, help out a couple of businesses, but I think I agree we should put some kind of guardrail. I just need to make sure we articulate it well enough that we don't harm the existing, applicants, and we try to make sure that we can revisit it in the future if this is something that becomes a greater need.
I believe that the licensing is required, so it's a state licensed daycare facility, and the licensing, I believe, does limit the number of animals, and that is based on square footage. And I have never actually looked at a kennel license that would be required for this animal daycare. So I don't know if they limit it by type or size of dogs, like so many dogs over 30 pounds, so many dogs under 30 pounds. But the licensing would have the ability to do that, as would the ZBA. So the zoning bylaw itself can have limitations. For instance, you could say no more than 10 dogs. But again, it's dependent on the size of a facility. There may be a facility that the ZBA then would say, you're too small to have 10 dogs, you can only have 5 dogs. And they could impose additional conditions over and above whatever the zoning puts.
Plus, they wouldn't necessarily have a kennel license, so that might not be a restriction.
You would have to. So the definition says that the animal daycare is allowed only if a special permit has been issued by the zoning board of appeals and a valid license permitting animal daycare is in effect.
Oh, that's my error. Okay, I thought this was going to be sitting side by side with kennel licensure.
It would require a kennel license, yes.
Okay, okay, that's good.
But the kennel license could only be for daytime, not for overnight.
Yeah, I would think the hours of operation would limit, kind of, I think would limit this in a significant degree, right?
Yeah, because overnighting is a lot bigger
That's
issue.
boarding. I would
That's
call that a
boarding.
different category altogether.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is limited to daycare.
Daycare. So I have a couple of questions. My first question is around the language. I just want to make sure I understand. We're talking about pet care facility with animal daycare. Does that mean you couldn't open just a daycare? It would have to have some other kind of grooming or auxiliary business attached?
So it says a commercial establishment which caters to the needs, comfort, and/or benefit of pets, or which offers pet-oriented services, including the grooming of dogs or domesticated animals, but which does not engage in the housing, breeding, boarding, training, or sales of such animals, and does not provide animal daycare unless a special permit has been issued by the Board of Appeals pursuant to Section 4.1.5.19 and a valid license permitting animal daycare is in effect. So this would allow a pet care facility with animal daycare to just be animal daycare. They
Okay.
would not have to groom.
I'm just trying to think not just about the couple of businesses that we have. Like if someone would then wanted to open a purely animal daycare, this would allow them to apply to the ZBA for that.
So the way it's written now, it would. If you wanted to limit it to only grooming facilities, then you would change the or, which provides pet-oriented services, including grooming of dogs or domesticated animals. You'd change that to an and.
Okay.
What about the unless? Because you say a ZBA, you have to have a special permit by the ZBA and a valid license.
Mhm.
Should that be an or there?
Well, I think you would have to have both. So what we're saying is we're saying two different categories. Pet care facility without animal daycare doesn't need a ZBA license in local business districts or highway business, still does need one in the industrial and industrial office district, but with daycare needs a special permit everywhere. And if you have daycare, you need a license. So you can't have animal daycare without a license to have the animal daycare. So I think the and is appropriate there.
Yeah,
But then,
that's defining the opposite of the daycare, Phil, right?
yeah, I see what you're saying.
So the not having daycare is the first statement before the unless. You can't have daycare unless you have a special permit,
Right.
ZBA, and a valid license. So that puts you in the pet care facility without animal daycare.
And this is how kennels are treated now too. So it puts them a more comparable requirements because in both cases they're boarding, just one's not overnight. But same thing, there's no cap on the number of dogs in the zoning bylaw for a kennel, but the ZBA makes a determination what's appropriate. And then obviously they have to get
And
a
the
license
licensing.
as well.
Okay. And I guess my other question, I'm not quite sure how to articulate this, but what are the provisions? Most doggy daycares that I've taken my dogs to, sometimes there's indoor play spaces, often there's outdoor play spaces. I would think that would be something because right now, if it's a groomer, in theory, they take the dogs out to go to the bathroom on a leash, whatever. We're not talking about a fenced-in outdoor area. If the landlord were to allow for something like that, how would that be regulated or managed as far as the design goes?
So two ways. It would be regulated by the zoning board of appeals, but it would also be regulated if it's exterior to the building by the planning board by EIDR approval.
Okay. Okay. And to our knowledge, so far, no one's looking to expand in that capacity. They're just looking to have the ability to.
So we have two dog groomers that have asked about this. Both are in the High Street area. Neither has outdoor facilities. Neither have asked to have outdoor facilities. We have a third groomer that's in the Highway Business District that has its pet care facility and its kennel, and it does have an outdoor area. And it was approved to have an outdoor area many years ago. It's licensed as a kennel, and that outdoor area is covered by its license as a kennel.
Okay. So that facility, if it wanted to then offer doggy daycare in addition to the boarding and whatever else it does, that would be eligible and it already has an outdoor facility that could then be used as part of that. Okay.
Right.
I just was trying to figure out how some of these details would work, but it does sound like they, and again, like in the Good Plaza, the landlord would have to allow the tenant to apply for that in the first place, right? So,
Right, the landlord would have to allow it, then the planning board would have to grant EIDR approval, and the zoning board would have to grant a special permit, and the state would have to issue a kennel license. So there are a lot of checks and balances here.
got it. No, that makes me feel comfortable because again, I've used doggy daycare off and on in the past, and having that option a little more local would be nice, I think, for a lot of people, particularly since it does sound like there's a need. So I agree that there's no harm into moving this forward. Oh, and then that's the other part here is this still would need to pass town meeting and it's a zoning change, so it would need to be 2/3. Is that
2/3, yes, would have to get 2/3 vote of town meeting.
okay?
So then there's a question of whether or not you want to make it only allowable with grooming.
I guess I was thinking of this more as incidental to the actual principal service. And I would love to hear a little more discussion on what the detriments are to the neighboring businesses. I'm curious if there are detriments, but could this be taken advantage in a way that, there could be an unintended consequence in terms of, the neighboring commercial businesses?
I don't know that we have representatives from the local businesses here tonight.
That might be something we could encourage people to come next time if there are any abutters that would have a concern about potentially this kind of thing. If there's unintended consequences. I think, Mike, you kind of hit on where I was trying to figure out where we're going is, do we want this to be kind of an auxiliary use to an already, grooming and daycare, or are we thinking we'd like to also allow for just a daycare business to potentially be able to apply for a permit somewhere in these three zones? That's why I asked, because I wasn't sure how to read the language, whether or not as written, it would allow just a daycare. And do we want to propose that, or do we really want to keep it as kind of an addendum to another type of pet care business? I'm not sure where I fall on that, but I'd be interested in what you all think.
So the way it's written right now, the way the existing pet care facility is written, it allows for a groomer, but it also allows for, say, a pet training facility that doesn't have animal daycare, but where you go with your animal and you have your animal trained while you're there. That's allowed. That's also considered a pet care facility. I don't know that we currently have one. We have had them in the past, but I don't think we currently have a pet training facility. But if we change the or to an and, we would no longer be able to have a facility like that unless they also had grooming.
Nora, what would PetSmart qualify as because they have training?
So that's a retail store, and the accessory use is the training facility.
Okay.
I do see it looks like an attendee put her hand up. Jillian, if we could enable her to speak, we would just need your full name and address, Jillian, for the record.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, sorry, I'm not a very good tech person.
No worries.
I'm Jillian. I live at 336 Judson Street in Raynham. I am the owner of Bark and Buzz Grooming on High Street.
And I'm sorry, what was your last name, just for the record?
Eno, E-N-O.
Thank you very much.
Hey. So, yes, so I'm one of the facilities that had an issue a couple months ago. And as far as, thank you for hearing me out. I'm a little nervous because I've never done this before, but thank you, everybody. The reason why I want a daycare, it's not really a true daycare where it would be an all day, all night thing. It's just during grooming hours. I have a lot of customers that have asked me to let their dogs stay. Some of them go to Boston for chemo appointments. Some of them are elderly and they require other people to transport their dogs back and forth, so they can't really hang out. Some people have kids that play sports and they just want to leave their dogs for a couple hours. I don't want an outdoor area or anything like that. We do take all the dogs out to the bathroom in the back on leash. We clean up our messes. And it's just, for dogs that we do groom, we wouldn't take dogs strictly just for daycare. It'd be grooming dogs only. Customers that are grooming dogs but could utilize the daycare as well.
Thank
If
you.
that, all right,
So
thank you.
that's really, really helpful.
Oh, good.
Thank
Thanks.
Yeah, that's sort of what I was envisioning proceeding with, at least for this year. Just a much more limited use that caters as an accessory. You're talking about a smaller scale, actual clients on that day. It's just for a few hours. That's kind of the use I was envisioning here.
I think that's what I was envisioning too. And I think that it sounds like there's a need that would help some people out and potentially help the business out too. So I guess I just want to make sure that however this is worded, that it achieves what we're envisioning without, cutting off a training facility at the same time, or anything else that we don't want to impact the wrong way with any change we make. If there's board consensus that that's really what we're trying to achieve here is kind of the limited, specific use as outlined.
I would be comfortable moving it forward the way it's written.
I would also. You don't think there's any language in it, Nora, that needs to be fixed? It's all good?
Well, I think what it does right now is allows facilities that already exist to include daycare if they get their ZBA approval and their license. And it allows facilities we don't have now to open up that would handle the same type of uses. But I believe the way it's written now, it would allow a facility to open up that is just a pet daycare facility. But that would be subject to ZBA approval and licensing, and abutters would be notified when the application went to the ZBA. And if there was any exterior use, then the planning board would also have to weigh in on that with an EIDR approval. So I think it's protective. I don't see that it's exposing anything, but it would go further than what we have today.
So
There's a lot of guardrails, as you're saying. I think it's okay.
protective, but not prohibitive of a pet care facility freestanding but I'm not saying that it's a bad thing to allow for that. I just wanted to be clear on what this language does and doesn't do.
I'll throw out a potential, if you go to the fourth line, and does not provide animal daycare, unless such daycare is incidental to its primary services and unless a special permit has been issued, et cetera. Would something like that help limit it, or is that not doing much work?
What does the word incidental mean? I mean, that's
related to its primary services, or
well, I think you have a primary
accessory to its primary services.
Yeah,
I would say accessory is better.
Okay.
And yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That works.
We feel good about that.
It should be unless such daycare or unless daycare. Okay, I get it. That's good.
Okay.
No.
All right. Oh, yes.
Keep on trucking.
Could I make a motion for a 3-minute break?
Oh,
no.
Sounds like we have a motion for a 3-minute bio break.
What time is it? What time is it? 9:50. Okay, 9:57. Back at 9:57.
I'm gonna log out and log back in on my tablet.
I need a second.
I'll charge my computer a little bit. Thank
I
you.
need a second and then a quick roll call, and then we can.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll take roll call. Mike?
Aye.
Bill?
Aye.
Green?
Aye.
Yep.
Aye.
All right, we'll be back in 3 minutes. order. There are a lot of people here to be heard on the short-term rental issue. I'm okay with taking that out of order if other people are.
Yes.
Nora, there's no impediment to that, right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. All right, once we have everyone back, we can, oh, it looks like Phil needs to be readmitted because I think he,
Coming.
and then once we're called back to order, we can go straight to that one.
I'm back.
All right. Let the record show that the meeting has been called back to order at 9:58 p.m. All right, so we do have an ask to take the short-term rental proposed article, the two of them actually, they kind of go hand in hand, the general bylaw change and the zoning change. If that's okay, Nora, we might as well do it all together.
Sure. So what I've done since our last meeting is I've combined planning board articles 7 and 8. 7 was the zoning bylaw amendments related to short-term rental, and 8 was the general bylaw amendments related to short-term rental. Because one doesn't stand on its own without the other, I've put them into a single article so that voters could vote up or down the entirety of the article. So the way this is drafted so far is it defines short-term rentals. It sets a new section that simply states what the purpose is, what the applicability of a short-term rental is, and what the general requirements are. And the general requirements are that a short-term rental would only be allowed if it was in accordance with the general bylaw, the section of the general bylaw that would be adopted under the same warrant article. It defines a short-term rental as the rental of a dwelling unit or portion thereof for 28 or fewer consecutive calendar days as otherwise defined by MGL Chapter 64G, Section 1. The term excludes properties that are or that are required by law to be licensed as a lodging house, hotel, motel, or bed and breakfast establishment, and it excludes accessory dwelling units or their associated primary dwelling units. Then we put it into the table of accessory uses. A short-term rental unit in association with a valid town-issued certificate of registration pursuant to the Town of Westwood General Bylaw Chapter 315, short-term rental, which would be adopted elsewhere in this article. And then it's allowed in any residential district and not allowed in any commercial or industrial district. Then we get to the general bylaw, and we again define short-term rental, state the purpose, which is the same as in the zoning bylaw, the applicability. The enforcement authority in this case is suggested to be the town planner. It could be anyone else that the board feels is appropriate. This is based more or less on Town of Brookline's articles for short-term rental. They have the select board's office as the enforcement authority. There are other towns that have their health division or the health department as the enforcement entity, and you could also do the building commissioner as the enforcement entity. So because this is something that's been requested by the planning board, I put the staff of the planning board as the enforcement entity, but that's open to discussion. There are certain terms that apply in the general bylaw. Primary residence, that's any property at which a resident resides for at least 183 days of the calendar year. Short-term rental is defined the same way it's defined in the zoning bylaw that I read earlier. And then short-term rental operator is any person operating a short-term rental. An operator must be the owner of the short-term rental unit. And then we define short-term rental unit, which is a dwelling unit or a portion thereof that is being offered as a short-term rental unit. Then the general requirements are that no short-term rental shall be offered for lease or rental except in association with a valid town-issued certificate of registration pursuant to this section of the bylaw. Any short-term rental operator seeking to establish a short-term rental unit must apply for and receive a certificate of registration following the procedure in this section of the bylaw. And then there are specific steps that they have to comply with. The short-term rental unit has to be compliant with all applicable state and local codes, including building codes, fire codes, and health codes. Just point out to you that that's significant. It's not every house that could meet these conditions. They would need to have sprinklers, for instance. The size of rooms has to be sufficient to meet health code requirements. The short-term rental unit shall not be subject to any outstanding violations, including but not limited to violations of building, sanitary, zoning, or fire codes, orders of abatement, stop work orders, or other requirements, laws, or regulations that prohibit the operator from offering the dwelling unit as a short-term rental unit. The short-term rental unit shall not be restricted for below market rate housing, nor subject to any local, state, or federal income-eligible income restricted program, so no affordable properties could be used as short-term rentals. The short-term rental operator shall not have been subject to the suspension or revocation of a short-term rental certificate of registration, either associated with the subject property or with any other property in the town of Westwood pursuant to this section within the immediately prior 24-month period. So if you had a short-term rental and you violated your certificate and it was withdrawn, you would not be able to get another one for at least 2 years. Occupancy. The occupancy of any short-term rental unit should be limited to the number of bedrooms in the dwelling unit multiplied by 2, up to a maximum of 8 persons. So if you had a 4-bedroom home, you could have up to 8 people. If you had a 5-bedroom home, you'd still be limited to 8 people. If you had a 2-bedroom home, you'd be limited to 4 people. In addition, no short-term rental shall operate on the same property as a lodging house, which is defined in a previous chapter of the general bylaw. Then we talk about a certificate of registration. All short-term rentals would be annually registered with the town. A short-term rental certificate of registration, with or without conditions, would be issued by the town planner following receipt of and satisfactory review of all submittal items. And we go through what the submittal items are later on in the section. We say prior to the issuance of a short-term rental certificate of registration, the town planner shall request a report from the health division, the building division, and the fire division, and each of those may conduct a pre-approval inspection of the facility. The short-term rental certificate of registration shall be subject to the applicant's compliance with all applicable federal, state, and local laws, including provisions of this bylaw and the zoning bylaw. The short-term rental certificate of registration would be valid for 1 calendar year or a portion of a calendar year. So we treat it a lot like alcohol licenses. If you come in and apply for it in June, you get it through December. If you apply for it in December, you get it for the upcoming calendar year. Each application for an annual renewal of a short-term rental certificate of registration shall be considered and processed in the same manner as the initial application. The short-term rental certificate of registration shall include a registration number and shall identify the type of the short-term rental unit, house, apartment, condo, the specific rooms that may be used as sleeping accommodations, and the maximum occupancy for each such room and the short-term rental unit as a whole. A short-term rental certificate of registration shall be non-transferable, shall become null and void upon any change in property ownership or upon any change in the primary residence of the short-term rental operator that makes the unit ineligible for operation as a short-term rental under this bylaw. The short-term rental operator may request a modification of a short-term rental certificate of registration during the term of the certificate of registration to alter the floor plan and or the maximum occupancy of a short-term rental unit, or to change the contact information for the short-term rental operator or secondary contact person. In such an event, the office of the select board shall review and process the modification application in the same manner. I think that should be the town planner. I think that we just didn't take that off. Shall review and process the short-term rental modification application in the same manner as it would have reviewed the original application. Including the mailing of a modified notice to abutters pursuant to section 315.10. No modification shall be granted for a change of property ownership or a change in the primary residence of the short-term rental operator. Again, I think that should be the town planner may deny an application for short-term rental unit for good cause. The submittal requirements. this says what you would need to do to apply for a short-term rental certificate of registration. First, you need an initial application fee of $250 per short-term rental unit, or a renewal application fee of $250. So the first time, second time, it's always $250 for an annual permit. If you want to modify the application, then it's another $50. So if you applied for an application, you were renting out 2 rooms in your house and you decided you wanted to modify it to rent out 3 rooms in the house, you'd have to come back and pay a modification fee. You need proof of primary residence by the short-term rental operator, who must be a resident of the property on which the short-term rental unit is being offered. In a case where the short-term rental unit is subject to restriction by a homeowners association, so for instance, in a condo complex or some neighborhoods that have homeowners associations, you would need a certificate signed by the officially designated representative of the homeowners association stating that the master deed, bylaws, or other governing documents expressly permit the short-term rental. You need to submit a floor plan of the short-term rental property indicating the specific room or rooms that are offered in the unit. The floor plan has to identify each room by a numerical or alphabetical identifier, and the floor plan can be sketched by hand as long as it's found by the town planner, the building commissioner, and the health director to be legible. The floor plan shall be labeled with numerical or alphabetical identifiers, and the use of each room, so bedroom, living room, etc., have to be on the plan. The floor plan shall identify the maximum occupancy for each bedroom and the maximum occupancy for the short-term rental unit as a whole. Has to include a parking plan showing a sufficient number of off-street parking spaces to accommodate all of the people that would be using the short-term rental at the rate of 1 parking space for every 4 occupants. The town planner shall be authorized to reduce the minimum parking requirements in cases where the short-term rental is located within a mile of an MBTA commuter rail or MBTA bus route. Local contact information for the short-term rental operator and at least 1 additional contact person. So the neighbors would have that contact information as well. There's a section on suspension or revocation of the certificate. It may be suspended or revoked by the select board. So this would be, it's issued by the town planner, but if someone wants to have it revoked, it's up to the select board. They would have a hearing and would have to show good cause for it being revoked. Good cause shall include the issuance of 2 or more violation notices for the unit or the property on which the unit is located within a 12-month period, arising from any violation of any municipal ordinance, state law, or building code. In the case of revocation or suspension of a short-term rental certificate of registration, a new certificate of registration may not be issued for a period of at least 24 months. In the event the select board suspends or revokes an short-term rental operator's right to operate a short-term rental, the town planner will notify the Massachusetts Commissioner of Revenue that the certificate has been suspended or revoked. Inspections, this goes through a section saying that the health division, building division, or fire department can conduct inspections jointly or individually. The inspections have to be conducted on weekdays during normal business hours. However, in the case of, let me get to it, when deemed necessary, additional inspections can be made to investigate complaints and concerns regarding non-compliance issues or health and safety concerns, and those additional inspections shall be conducted in conformity with all applicable federal, state, and local laws, but may be performed during weekend or evening hours. So their initial inspections are on weekdays, but if there's a complaint, they can come in on weekends or evenings. For operational requirements, no person can operate a short-term rental unit without a current certificate of registration. The short-term rental unit shall comply with all applicable federal, state, and local laws, regulations, and codes. Short-term rental operator may rent their short-term rental unit for no more than 90 days during the term of the certificate of registration. Notwithstanding the above, an applicant may request, and the town planner may grant, following a set of criteria established by the select board and following a duly noticed public hearing before the select board, an increase in the maximum number of rental days for the short-term rental up to a maximum of 180 days. So while a town planner could issue a standard certificate for up to 90 days of rental, if someone wants to live in their home slightly over half the year and go to Florida for the winter, and they want to rent it out for the whole 180 days, that would require a hearing before the select board, and the select board would make a decision if that was acceptable or not. A short-term rental unit must be operated consistent with the terms set forth on the certificate of registration, and with all applicable law, including but not limited to with regard to specific rooms being used as sleeping accommodations, the maximum occupancy of each room, the maximum occupancy of the unit as a whole, and any other stated conditions. So the certificate could have additional conditions if they were relevant for a particular operation. The following items have to be displayed within the short-term rental unit. You need a diagram that's sized at least 8 inches by 11 inches or larger, showing the location of all fire extinguishers, gas shutoff valves, fire exits, fire alarms inside the short-term rental unit, as well as in the building where the short-term rental unit is located. This diagram shall include one or more evacuation routes highlighted in red. The diagram has to be posted in each bedroom within the short-term rental unit, on all egress doors from the short-term rental unit, and in all common areas accessible to the short-term rental unit. There has to be a binder in each unit that contains the local contact information for the short-term rental operator and at least one additional contact person who's reachable 24 hours a day. The instructions for disposal of trash and recycling have to also be posted in that binder, and instructions for the occupant and guests on parking in designated areas. And that has to include the town's regulations for parking on public streets. So if you're on a street that has limited parking by time, then that has to be in the binder. Yeah, it also has to note the town's restrictions on overnight parking during the winter. And the binder also has to have a copy of the actual certificate of registration showing the validity for the period when they're renting it. And any other conditions that the certificate is issued under. There's also provisions about advertising for a short-term rental. All public advertisements for a short-term rental, whether in print or online, shall include a reference to the short-term reference certificate of registration number associated with the short-term rental, and shall list the name of the short-term rental operator. The short-term rental operator must produce and maintain for a period of 3 years accurate and complete records of the short-term rental operation, including dates of rental, rental rates, and names and contact information for renters, including their home addresses, email addresses, and cell phone numbers. The short-term rental operator shall provide copies of these records to the town planner upon request, consistent with applicable federal, state, and local law. Short-term rental operators shall notify the town planner of any change in the short-term rental operator's primary residence within 2 weeks of that change. And if they've left the facility, then the certificate will be revoked. No short-term rental unit shall be rented for a duration of less than 24 consecutive hours, and no commercial activity of any kind shall be permitted in a short-term rental unit. The short-term rental operator shall fully cooperate and comply with lawful requests for information made by the select board or its agents, including without limitation requests made by the town planner, staff of the building division, health division, fire department, police department, and or public works department. These requests may include requests for information to verify certifications submitted to the town planner in connection with a short-term rental certificate of registration. And then finally, the select board may issue regulations for the implementation of this bylaw, including for the establishment of appeal procedures and for the establishment of a cap on the number of certificates to be issued in a given calendar year. Finally, appeals that are made for the town planner either not issuing a decision or putting conditions on it, those appeals are made to the select board, and the select board would hold a hearing before determining whether the appeal is successful or not. Penalties: if you violate the bylaw, you're charged $100 for the first violation, $200 for the second, $300 for the third, and every subsequent violation. And each day of a continuing violation counts as a separate violation. So if you were in violation for 10 days, first day you charged $100, the second $200, third through 10th you're charged $300 a day until you cure the violation. The town would have to provide reporting. A list of short-term rental units and their active certificates of registration would have to be published on the town's website and updated monthly. That list would contain the short-term rental certificate registration number, short-term rental address, the maximum short-term rental unit occupancy, and the name of the short-term rental operator. So everyone would know where every unit that's being rented as a short-term rental is and how many people are allowed to stay in the facility and who owns it. And then there's a severability provision so that if any portion of the bylaw is invalidated, the rest of it remains valid. So now that those provisions are more or less taken from the town of Brookline. Brookline has been doing this for a couple of years now. And Westwood, if the planning board is interested in going forward with this, the model that we would be working off of is Brookline's model.
And obviously, if Brookline's enacted this, it was accepted by the Attorney General's office.
It was, yes.
Excellent. Thank you. That is incredibly thorough, and I appreciate all the time that staff put into this. I'd like to take, I see a couple of board member hands up, so I'd like to take a couple of board members, and then I would like to go to public comment because I think we do have some residents here that would like to weigh in on this, and I would definitely like to hear from them. I think it would be valuable for the conversation. So I'm not sure if Phil or Mike had.
Phil beat me. I'm gonna give it to him.
All right, thank you.
Okay, that's
He
fine.
outranks me anyway, so.
Just a couple questions, Nora. The affordability restriction, thoughts on that? I can see, especially where we have such a huge demand, for example, as we had at Everett Street, for limited purposes, it could provide somebody with the ability to be able to occasionally have, something that supplements affordability. What's the rationale on the affordability restriction?
The rationale is that the affordable units are restricted to eligible residents. So
Right.
those units are created to provide housing to people who meet the eligible household requirements. And so use of their housing unit for rental to anyone else, whether it's short-term or long-term, is restricted by the whether it's a deed rider for an ownership property or a regulatory agreement for a rental property. They're prevented already. You're not able to allow someone else to occupy your affordable unit.
Well,
if I can add some further clarification. So with the homeownership units, you're strictly prohibited from renting out your unit at all. So subleasing of any form, whether it's a short-term rental or otherwise, is not allowed. And then
Okay.
what happens with the rentals is if a certain amount of time passes with the unit not occupied by an eligible applicant or an eligible occupant, it can come off of our SHI. So even if it was allowed, there's a lot of risk associated with it.
So, I mean, and I get, I guess conceptually, if someone, since it's such a limited period of time of 28 days or less, if someone, and it clearly cannot change the person's income level, so they no longer are there for affordability criteria. But for the sake of argument, somebody takes a week-long vacation and wanted to rent out their affordable unit, that would be precluded.
That would be
Yeah.
the way it's written now, yes. Because our regulatory agreements and our deed restrictions for affordable units prohibit rental of the affordable units.
In any respect.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
Phil, quickly, I think I read the relevant general law on this, and I don't remember the specifics, but I think the general law might talk about this issue too.
Okay.
When you get a chance later.
Okay. I'll take a look at it. I didn't get a chance. The abutters getting all contact information. I'm not sure that, I don't know that some people would necessarily want their personal information sent to everybody. Whether or not they have a good relationship or bad relationship, I'm not sure. I assume that it's needed certainly for the town, and that's appropriate and whatnot, but I don't know about sending out notice with all contact information to all abutters.
Yeah, as I said, it was based on the town of Brookline's, and that's what they do. So I think the thought there is that your immediate neighbors, if they see a problem, have your contact information to call you and not call the police department.
Okay. Um, put a pin in that one. If there's it struck me that the select board is kind of the appellate body and the primary determinant, and that seems to be in some respects, and that there seemed to be inconsistent functional roles as we were kind of going through some of it, where I get the select board in an appellate review of a revocation or something like that may be the appropriate body, but it might and we were and then you changed and put town planner on the suspension, but then there was a couple other sections that just kind of went quickly, and I was thinking about earlier that maybe we want to limit the select board more as kind of like the final determinant, and then push it a little bit further down to the administrative level of town planner. That's and
So-
there's a
Mhm.
couple of sections where we might want to talk about that. So
Yep,
those are kind of my global thoughts.
happy to review that. So the town of Brookline has the select board doing everything, which is odd. They're the
That seemed
issuing
like
authority, or the office of the select board is the issuing authority, and the select board is the appeal authority.
But that's
So
exactly what, and that kind of structure was coming through somewhat in the language. And so I was kind of like, the functional aspect doesn't make sense in the appellate role and in the kind of determination on the first instance.
the intention here, and maybe there's some typos that need to be corrected, but the intention is that the town planner would be the one responsible for administrating the program, issuing the certificates. If you appealed conditions or denial of a certificate, that would go to the select board. And if you were looking to get a longer term use, so instead of 90 days, 180 days, that would go to the select board. So appeal of a decision, revocation, or special permission for additional use would be the select board. Everything else, everything standard and administrative would be the town planner. That's
Let
the
me just
intention.
play devil's advocate, the planning board versus the select board. What's the pros and cons of either one? I kind of would push it to the planning board if that functionally, it seems to make functional sense, particularly where the town planner is going to be far more involved with the planning board as
Mhm.
compared to the select board. And that could be something that we might want to reconsider.
It could be. I would want to make sure that the planning, it fits within the planning board's authority. I'm not quite sure currently that it does, but
Okay.
I'm happy to look into that.
Yep. I think it's something just to be tossing out for thoughts.
I see Amanda, your hand went up.
Yeah, and Nora, just stop me if it's an issue of authority, but I'm in looking at the things that you have to monitor, it's a lot of the stuff that my position deals with already, and I'm wondering if it makes sense to make it the housing and land use planner. Also just from like a workload capacity standpoint, but I'm not offended if you'd rather keep it with the town planner. I'm just thinking in terms of the types of issues that you're
So
looking
Amanda,
at.
you're saying you want less work or more work is the
Well,
question.
So the reality is the short-term rental calls already come to my office anyway, because they see housing planner and they
Well,
call me up.
I'll confess, partly because of the housing stuff that we've done and talked about at length. To me, it's functionally seen not to belong to the select board, and it probably should come either in with you or some, with like the planning board as kind of like the appellate somewhere, or it doesn't functionally seem to belong with the select board at all, from my thoughts. So, and maybe put you as compared to town planner in some aspects on some of this. So just food for thought.
Thank you. And we can loop back to that after I think we hear from a couple of residents.
Yep.
I see Jen Kelly has her hand up if we want to promote her to speak. And Jen, welcome. We would just need your full name and address for the record.
You'll just have to unmute yourself, but you do have permission to talk.
There we go. I see. Jen, you're unmuted, but we can't hear you.
There was something in the Q&A.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Hold on, please. Sure. I know technical difficulties. I see Mike Perkins' hand up. Maybe we can hear from Mike while we get
And
the
then Mike Dadarian had his hand up earlier also, Ellen.
Mike, did you? Okay, we'll go to Mike Perkins and then Mike Derderian, unless Mike wants to hold.
No, I think I clicked on that accidentally. I'm sorry.
No worries. Mike Derderian, did you
Okay. Yeah, I'll be quick because I know we want to hear from some of the residents. I agree with Phil's point about the functions and the appellate review. But I had 4 suggestions. I did take a look at a few different city and town regulations on short-term housing, short-term rentals. And I would like to kind of restrict it and put a little more guardrails on it. And I think the city of Boston does that a little bit more than Brookline. So just throwing this out there, the city of Boston, I think from what I read, they require the owner occupant to be to live in the residence for 9 months out of the year. I also believe they require the owner of the property to be present during the rental. So 9 months presence during the rental. I think the limit to the number of people, I don't know if that's regulated by state law or not, but I think maybe that would relate to the size of the lot itself. Obviously, small, densely packed residential areas would accommodate less than bigger lots, bigger houses could accommodate more. And then just accepting the ADUs, I'm not so sure I understand that. I think we want to incentivize ADUs to be longer, longer term, more stable housing versus short-term rentals. So I'd be curious to hear why we would accept ADUs. Yeah, but those are my 4 things. Again, the limitations could be tied to the lot size in terms of the number of people. The ADUs we could talk about. Again, maybe mandating the owner be present during the rental. I think that would be an important limitation. And then again, a 9-month residency requirement. So
Thank you.
thank you.
Could I just ask you to just explain ADUs? You're saying you think we should allow ADUs to be used?
That was going to be my question. Did you want ADUs or did you not?
I was gonna say, I thought the purpose of ADUs were to promote longer term stable housing versus to be used as a short term rental kind of resource. So if ADUs weren't accepted, then they could still do short term rentals. They would just be subject to these rules and regulations. But I think we're hoping ADUs are for longer term housing options for people, right?
The current
Do you
draft,
want to exclude them?
the current draft excludes ADUs. You could not
Right.
have a short-term rental in an ADU
Okay.
or in a principal residence that also had an ADU.
I thought you were excluding it from the regulations themselves, so I misinterpreted that.
Yeah, it's saying you can't have one.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that's consistent with what you were looking for, Mike, correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay, because I actually was getting confused since it was excluded.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Excellent. I think we have Jen Kelly twice, but I think her phone is probably working.
Let's see. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
I am
Welcome.
so sorry.
Great.
I'm going to ask you to bear with me. I am joined by several neighbors as well as my husband, and we just want to give you all a humongous thank you for hearing us and for taking this issue and doing such thorough work on it. I am familiar with Brookline, their work, as well as their bylaws, and I think as Nora pointed out, while I think a lot of it is applicable, obviously there might be some grain of salt. It also is in close proximity to Boston. It makes it a little bit more unique than Westwood, but and I also thank Mike for clearing up the ADU. I had put a huge star next to that. I read that as it excludes ADU in their primary residencies from the new bylaw as well. So thank you for clarifying that. My main purpose here today is to represent our neighborhood. Again, just to be clear, Jennifer Kelly at Juniper Ridge, 25 Juniper Ridge Road. I am joined by neighbors from Juniper Ridge Road as well as from Whitewood. There's only 2 streets that connect us in our little neighborhood setback off Blue Hill Drive. And I just wanted to give you some context about why this was so important for us to circle back to after a couple of years of being off the radar. We're quiet. And again, please bear with me. We've waited patiently for about 3.5 hours. So just give me a couple minutes to give you some context here. we're quietly situated down Blue Hill Drive in close proximity to the train and all of the University Station amenities. Our very small neighborhood is comprised of less than 30 houses, including many preschool and Downey-aged children who live here, including my own kindergarten and second grade sons. A few months ago, we happened to learn by chance by someone walking by and stopping to chat, as we are a very friendly neighborhood, that there was a rental, an Airbnb rental at 37 Juniper Ridge Road. This home has a separate garage unit, a detached garage, the top which has been converted into rental space. And while we haven't had any problems yet with renters, we wanted to proactively address the situation and share our thoughts and feelings about it. Many of us, including myself, have moved to the suburbs and Westwood specifically to join a small community of tight-knit neighbors that boasts some of the state's lowest crime rates and highest education rankings. We moved here so we could get to know, love, and trust our neighbors who would help us raise our children. Both my husband and I work, him in Boston and me for another local city, and we need their neighborhood help as well as privacy and space of our own. And for what we pay in taxes here, we would hope to not expect any less. The illusion has been somewhat shattered knowing that there was a short-term rental with transient people coming right next door just through the thinly veiled line of trees we have separating our houses. We are disheartened to know that there are transient strangers coming through and having access to our kids on a daily and weekly basis. Our sense of security has been shaken, and we are generally disheartened that that there was this allowance of unregulated short-term rentals until now. Our neighborhood is particularly concerning given the proximity to the train, as the Airbnb itself and the renters actually emphasize this fact for its popularity and convenience on the website. Meanwhile, there are just 2 hotels, including one at University Station close by. I listened to the last town meeting on January 13th, where Airbnbs was discussed for about 10 or 15 minutes. And my biggest takeaway was about 4 or 5 people who spoke on the issue and said, well, if it's currently not a problem, what are we trying to do about it? Though I wouldn't want it in my own backyard. I am a working mom of a 7.5 and 6-year-old boy who relies heavily on my wonderful neighbors and neighborhood for childhood care and play. Picture this. On a hot summer's day, my 2 boys and maybe some of their friends, who might even be your own kids, are running around shirtless and in bathing suits in my backyard, while a strange man, who I don't know, is standing in the driveway, just watching through the yard. Or this, my son's best friend, an 8-year-old girl who lives 2 houses away playing basketball in her driveway, her mom inside tidying up the house, peeking out the window now and then to check on her sweet and sociable daughter when she sees a strange man speaking to her from the street, pointing towards the train, asking her for better directions, asking her to come closer. Could she walk and show him where the train was? I moved here after a decade of living in Boston proper because I wanted a town, a neighborhood, and a neighborhood where I knew my neighbors. If I wanted a transient community, I would have stayed in Boston. Instead, I'm paying an exorbitant amount of taxes, which will only go up with upcoming projects for these transient neighbors. Is there technically currently a problem, aside from generally feeling unsafe and unsettled? No, not yet. But I am a mother. I do not wait for problems to occur to jeopardize my child's safety. I take proactive steps to stop them, and the town should too. We're improving school buildings to the tune of $300 million, but do you think young families who can finally afford to move here want random people as their neighbors? It will only hurt the town's reputation and home value. Saying that it's okay, but not in my own backyard, I'm sorry to be blunt, is the crappiest way to deal with the situation that I've ever heard. And it disheartened me so much to hear people take that stance in this small town. Moving on from NIMBY and being proactive about stopping issues before they occur, I just want to quickly address 2 other points. Someone compared this situation to Cape House rentals, which is not just apples to oranges, it's simply bananas. The Cape is a destination location where rentals are common and serve a purpose. The amount of rentals aid in their revenue. Westwood is not a destination town. It's not necessary to have rentals here. We were not going to reap the benefits from 5 or 10 Airbnbs. With the Gables and a Marriott hotel down the street in University Station, it's just simply unnecessary to have short-term rentals. And finally, let's talk a big one. Circling back to my 2 examples I gave you, sex offenders. Did you know, pursuant to mass.gov, that with sex offender registration information, a sex offender does not have to report a stay at, quote, a secondary residence that's less than 4 days long in a month? Are we opening the door for a registered sex offender to use a VRBO next door to me if he just stays for the weekend? These are the things that I go to sleep worrying about and that wake me up in the middle of the night, which I never thought I would have to experience moving to Westwood. This is not acceptable to me as a taxpayer, but most importantly, as a mother. Plenty of surrounding cities and towns have put reasonable restrictions on rentals, like the 28 or 30-day minimum, and then with all the important restrictions that were outlined by Nora, because they recognize the primary and foremost purpose of their towns is to create a safe place for families and neighborhoods to flourish. So I implore Westwood to figure out who we want to be and fall into line with these bylaws before things get worse, especially with the World Cup coming in June. There was no reason not to regulate this, and I'm so glad we're looking at it now. And I thank you all very much for the support, as do my neighbors.
Thank you, Jen. We got Jess, we got the address. Yes. Okay. Amanda, yes.
Just before the board responds, I did look into this issue and fair housing does apply to short-term rentals, though the full extent to how much it applies is a little bit of a gray area. So I would caution the planning board strongly in how you respond to some of the things that were said.
Understood. Okay.
It's okay to talk about, we're allowed to restrict a short-term rental. We shouldn't be discussing who stays in a short-term rental.
Right.
Would probably be the safest way to go about this.
Understood. Thank you.
I was just going to echo that because that's something we discuss in the housing partnership.
Good to know. And yeah, I think that I know we've had the fair housing training. It is good to know that the same law applies to Airbnb short-term rentals as well, because I think many of us may not have made that connection. So thank you for that. All right. So
I guess I have just an initial question allowing to frame the conversation.
yes.
It's a legal question. And I don't have a definitive answer. I haven't looked too much into it, but just from a starting point, is it legal to have a 30-day? I think she mentioned a 30-day minimum stay. I don't know if I've seen that, but is it illegal to essentially ban short-term rentals, or is there a constitutional property right at play that towns can heavily regulate it for health and safety reasons, but we could not just ban it across the municipality?
I would suggest we would have a big problem if we try to invoke a ban.
My understanding is that you can regulate it or you can choose not to regulate it, in which case it's simply allowed, but you cannot prohibit it.
That's would be my guess without having researched it.
Yeah, I read the general laws and it seemed like I think it said, you could it insinuated there was a right to use your property as you see fit. That's subject to regulation. So
in fact, I had sent the case over to Amanda. There's a case in land court right now. A Cambridge developer has brought saying that affordable housing is a taking under the Fifth Amendment and the Massachusetts Constitution because you're taking a property right by the regulatory regime, and obviously he's trying to see if he can create a test case. But I actually did a little research after looking at the case, and I know the affordable housing director in Cambridge, and I was talking to him about it, and he is very worried about it just in the current legal environment, that could be something that ultimately could really drastically change affordable housing laws. So I would,
but
I would be very wary of trying to take and do a ban of short-term rentals.
I agree. I do feel like my personal stance is I would like to limit this and regulate it to the limit. I think that's what a majority of the residents in Westwood would want. That's my personal opinion. And so I do represent what I think they would want to do. Again, my suggestions of requiring the owner be present, maybe limiting the number of people, requiring at least 9 months, stuff like that would help that. But yeah, just for Jill, I do not believe we could ban this. So we need to regulate it reasonably, but I don't think we have the power to ban it.
Yeah.
Thank
I would
you.
echo that.
And Mike, you said the language that you had found, that's from City of Boston's bylaw?
The City of Boston has those, yeah.
Okay. So maybe it sounds like I'm hearing there is a desire to, I really love what Brookline's doing, but it does sound like there's a desire amongst the board members to even go a little further if we can, and maybe model after some of City of Boston's language. that's even tighter than what we just heard in what we have in our draft. Did I hear that correctly from our board members that there's that
I think that was just me, but
Okay.
I
everybody
think he
else.
was referring to, Mike, not to speak for you, but for that one specific piece, right, with the owner present. Because I also I wouldn't want to go too far in the direction of modeling like towns or cities like Brookline or Boston, right? Just a different
Just
different
those,
type
just
of
those
character.
provisions, yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know if there's other towns that in more suburban or spread out areas like Westwood that would be have something in place that we could also look at. But
There is in Gloucester, Somerville, Cambridge, but you know what? Some of those are bigger, and then the other two are down the Cape. So they are probably like a destination.
yeah,
Like you want to stay there. So it's, to try to fit it to Westwood is going to be a little different than how you would adapt it elsewhere.
Challenging. Yeah, we're probably more comparable to a Brookline, which isn't as much of a destination as a tourist or a resort town. Amanda, yes.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard to find. I did look around for a bylaw that in a community that's comparable to Westwood, because usually the reason that people regulate these or communities regulate these is because they're a tourist destination and it's creating a housing problem. So that's why you see it in those like coastal communities. So a lot of other communities that would be more like Westwood that don't have some sort of destination with it, it's hard to find an example of that.
Yeah. I echo her comments about the World Cup coming up too. It's just I think it's definitely
This is not going to
pressing
be in
immediate
effect
issue.
because the Attorney General has to approve it, even if it gets approved at town meeting, it wouldn't go through the AG's office.
It wouldn't be
until after the World Cup has already come and gone.
Yeah, unlikely, even if they moved quickly, but I think my
More from an
thought
awareness
was, like,
perspective. Yeah.
well, and also like, Foxborough Stadium or Gillette Stadium or whatever they call it now, I'm old. If that's going to be hosting more, if Boston might potentially, I mean, they talked about hosting the Olympics in Boston a few years ago. So if we're starting to see that there may be more larger scale and even potentially international events that are going to be hosted in the greater Boston area, I don't think it is a bad idea for us to be forward thinking because we do have the train stations and I think it's not a bad thing. And I know I remember when this came up a few years ago when there was one particular Airbnb that had caused some disruption in the neighborhood. And at the time, I think it was 4 or 5 years ago, it was, well, we don't think this is a big enough issue to worry about at this time, but we're not overrun with short-term rentals, but there are more, and I think we will see more. So I think now is a good time to be proactive to do something to regulate it. And the comments referenced at the FinCom meeting, I did hear there were a couple of residents in attendance at that meeting who pulled me aside after and said, the perception may be that it's not a problem, and not residents that we're hearing from this evening, just to be clear. But it is a problem. Like, people have had problems. It may not be widespread knowledge that there have been problems, but I think this idea that everything's okay, that's just not necessarily true. Just because someone hasn't heard about an issue doesn't mean that there hasn't been an issue. So I'm personally very happy that we're looking at this and trying to take some steps to provide some oversight, to make sure that these short-term rentals, which in some ways are a business, or being used as a business, have the same kind of regulations to what extent we can as something like a hotel or something that's a larger scale facility. So yeah, I'm glad that we're looking at this, and I do think it's appropriate to continue with it from my perspective, that I'm supportive of moving this article forward. I think the question is, do we want to look at the suggestion of, I like that you have to be a resident of the home, whether you're there or not at the time. I think that's good, because I know we talked about, we want to discourage an LLC from buying up a couple of houses in Westwood and using them solely as Airbnb. So I think that the language we have achieves that. Do we want to tighten it up, as Mike suggested, that the owner has to be present?
If I could walk you through a couple of the changes, I think I heard Mike say. So the first one had to do with the primary residence, the time period that you determine as a primary residence, and it's not 183 days, it's now 9 months of the calendar year. Did I hear that right?
Yes.
All right. So that's an easy enough change. If the majority of the board members agree with that, I could make that change. Let me see. Then I would also eliminate I'll go back to that one. I would eliminate the appeal to the select board that would allow for longer than a 90-day occupancy of the short-term rental unit, because if the owner has to be there for 9 months, then that really doesn't leave them, more than 90 days to rent it out. Is that what you're looking for, or am I misunderstanding that?
No, I think that's spot on, Nora.
All right, so I would take that out. And then the other change I was looking at was the occupancy. So still up to 2 people per bedroom, but now instead of a maximum of 8, a maximum of 6 persons, or what were you thinking there?
I don't know. I was just throwing it out there. I think obviously if you're in a 5-acre property with a bigger house, 6 or 8 people is different than if you're in a densely packed residential neighborhood. So I don't know why that number would apply to all the different types of parcels, but I don't want to make it too complicated, but I do think there's a relationship between those two things.
So it's two per bedroom. Even in a densely packed neighborhood, you might have a 4-bedroom home. So if it's 2 per bedroom up to 8, that could fill the 4 bedrooms with 8 people. Do you feel that there should be any further limit on that, or are you comfortable with 8?
I go with 6.
8, yeah. 8's a bachelor party.
Eight's or a bachelorette party. Which could be almost as bad.
Okay. So I think those changes accomplished some of the things Mike said. I'm having a little more trouble with having the owner remain on site while they're renting the facility. Just we have short-term rental unit, which could be a portion of a building, but your short-term rental unit could be the whole house. So if you're renting out your house, there's nowhere for you to stay.
Can I push back on the 6 person? I'm sorry. I live in a relatively small 4-bedroom house, very small Cape, and I have 6 people in my family. So I just want to be cognizant of the fact that if there are people, I agree with everything folks are saying, but I wouldn't necessarily. I just respectfully don't agree with that necessarily means it's a party, right?
I guess you have pretty tame parties, eh, Tim?
So Tim, are you okay?
He's an advocate of 8. He wants the bachelor.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think. I think there's other ways to be more restrictive in what we're trying to do. As I was thinking through the violations as an example, was one thing where those dollar thresholds seemed extremely low relative to real estate prices in the area. So I was just thinking through. I think there's other ways to disincentivize the type of behavior or things that we're trying to protect from, and I just extra cognizant of this.
Thank you. I hadn't considered that perspective. Amanda.
I think this is something that I'll have to look into more, but I'm not sure if we have to worry about triggering the definition of a boarding house. Nora, would you? Because it's 3 separate households, which then requires additional inspections from the health division.
So this specifically excludes boarding houses, bed and breakfast, lodging.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
So you're okay. You're
okay. Sorry.
And I believe state law does limit the fines to a maximum of $300 per day, but I will check that to see if there's any leeway there. So can we just get back to the number? What does a majority of the board wish to have for this maximum number?
It's 2 persons per bedroom, correct?
It is.
You have 4 bedrooms.
I'm okay with 8.
I'm okay with 8.
I think that's okay,
All right,
but not 10. A maximum of 8, I think, is reasonable.
let's go 8 with 1 dog.
Pets allowed? Oh, that's the
Yeah.
other thing. Are pets
That you
allowed?
can bring to the pet lodging place.
Exactly.
Our draft regulations
Because we
say
just
nothing about
expanded
pets.
that.
Would the pets be discretionary to the owner? Is that something that we should be considering regulating, or is that really up to the owner of the property?
You
I
can
think
choose
that's
to
enough.
regulate it. If it's not regulated, it's up to the owner.
Yeah.
So then getting back to having the property owner remain on site during a
Yeah.
rental, that then prohibits the rental of a home. It only allows the rental of a room or a few rooms in your home.
Yeah, I have to look into it more. Boston separates out different types of units, rentals, and that applies to, certain types, but certain other types, such as renting out the whole unit, it doesn't apply to.
Yeah.
I'd like to look into that a little bit more.
I'm not
Okay.
sure it's practical in Westwood, which is more likely to be a home as compared to just a unit of some sort.
Well, here's a question. I don't want to go too far in the weeds, but what if someone has like a unit over a garage that's not technically classified as an ADU? Is that a gray area where the owner could be home and only renting out part of it? I think we need to think about, like, not for right now, but I'm on the fence about that one. If there's situations where it makes sense. Otherwise, I'm good with just that the person has to actually own the home and live there for most of the year and not just be someone who's bought it as an investment.
Can we circle back on this one, Nora?
Yes.
Yeah, and
And let me
are the
know.
fees regulated, Nora?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Are the fees regulated by the state?
They are not. It's up to the town
I-
to decide what fees it wishes to choose.
I think what Boston does is where the owner's not going to be present, they consider the rental to be of the whole unit or the whole house. And so there's a higher fee that applies. So that's something we can think about doing. Anyway, we can come back to that, but
Looks like we have a couple more public comments. I will take a look at these. Susan, I would just need your address to be able to share your comment. I do see something from Jen Kelly. I believe her address was 25 Juniper Ridge. Yes, it was in a previous comment. Sorry, not meaning to talk about complete bans. We're very happy with talking about the bans on anything under 28 or 30 days. Thank you. That's good. Okay, I have Susan Hellman, 20 Juniper Ridge Road. How does the town regulate / monitor the occupancy rules? Would that fall under what we're talking about, like the town planner would? Yeah, that's a good
It's the
question.
certificate of registration. You get the certificate of registration up to a certain number, and then if you violate it, you can lose your certificate.
So if there was if someone next door knows that the occupancy is a certain number and they see that there's more people than allowed there, do they call the town planner, or do they,
Well, the town planner is the enforcement, the way we restructured it instead of.
So it would be the town planner.
The
Right,
town planner
or
would
if you
be the
change it to the
enforcer.
housing planner, or if you change it
Or
to
the land
the
and
health
housing.
director, whoever it is, there's a person at the town who's responsible for monitoring these units.
Yeah.
And the short-term rental operator is responsible for providing records
Okay.
of the units. So anytime the town planner has any question, or whoever is monitoring this has a question, they ask the short-term rental unit operator to provide documentation on who's there, how long they're there. Because remember, they can only rent them for up to 90 days. So once they've exceeded 90 days, they're done for the rest of the year. So it's not only the number of people that are there.
Is that number too high? Does anyone think that number's too high? Or, I mean, is that getting into you're basically a business 90 days a year? I mean, that's somewhat commercial, right? Like, I mean, how many times? I mean, I'm just raising that.
Mm.
You're having 90 tenants a year? Is that what that, oh, 90 days?
No, 90 days. It's saying three-month-long rentals.
For Snowbird, it wouldn't be unreasonable.
Yeah, I just don't think residents want, and again, you're looking at the worst case situation, right? A house being rented out every weekend, every 2-3 days, you get new. It feels more of a commercial aspect in a residential neighborhood. So it's one of those things where like when it's all in a continuum, right? And the less continuum, it seems like it belongs. The further you go along, you can see why people start to, raise an eyebrow about it.
But under this definition, never mind. No, sorry, I'm not gonna finish. I'm not gonna take that thought to completion because it's not fully formed. How do we feel about Mike's question? Are we okay with the 90 days, or do we think it should be fewer? Or do we want to put a pin in
I
that?
think we want to put a pin in it and then, because we still have a lot to get through and it's.
But Nora, this level of detail, something like changing a number, we can come back to that and
Yeah.
this doesn't cause you a problem. Okay.
I think we have a good structure, and then we need to just maybe some minor refinements, like maybe having Amanda versus town planner on some things, or whatever.
That's all. I'd call it like administrative level changes. I think we've achieved consent, and someone correct me if I'm wrong, we've achieved consensus on the overarching structure and goal that we're trying to achieve here. So
Great.
I'm seeing nods. All right. And thank you to everyone who offered public comment. We appreciate you coming. It helps guide us to hear from you. So thank you all for offering your thoughts and taking the time to come and stay through the meeting thus far. And we will be discussing this again at our next meeting. So there will be more opportunity to comment if other people want to. Well, you're very welcome. All right. So what did we bypass? Definitions. Thank you.
Definitions. This is the next one. So definitions that we discussed last time were alterations, defining exactly what the building commissioner would determine as an alteration. Temporary structure, adding in a pod or storage container that's not associated with an ongoing construction project, with a valid operating under a valid building permit. So anything else would be considered a temporary structure and would need a building permit. We talked about motor vehicle light service and excluding electric vehicle charging stations from a motor vehicle light service. And then we defined different terms that are associated with electric vehicle charging stations. So the main term is what we're trying to get at here is an electric vehicle charging facility that's separate from a motor vehicle light service use. So where you have a gas station that fuels non-electric vehicles, you would have an electric vehicle charging facility that fuels electric vehicles. And it would only be an electric vehicle charging facility if it has for pay charge stations and it's not accessory to another use. So for instance, the police station has electric vehicle charging stations, and they are paid by a resident who wants to go and charge their car, but it's accessory to the police station, so that would not be categorized as electric vehicle charging station. If somebody wanted to take over the mobile station in town and change that to a fully electrical vehicle charging station where they were charging people and there was no other principal use on the property, that would fall under this. So we're trying to create different categories. And then the other definitions are all related to this. An accessory vehicle charging station, which is different than a electric vehicle charging station that's not accessory. That says if it's an electric vehicle charging station that is accessory to another business, residential, or other use on a property, it's an accessory one, whether or not they charge you to use the facility. We define an electric vehicle charging station, just the base part of the definition, as a freestanding or structure-mounted means of providing power to electric vehicle. And then we define pay-to-charge electric vehicle station as an electric vehicle charging station that requires the user to pay. So you can be a pay-to-charge station, you're still an electric vehicle charging station. You may be an accessory vehicle charging station, or you may be an electric vehicle charging facility, depending on whether you're accessory or not. So that just sets up the definitions. And then the next section, this I have some questions. I want to get legal advice on this. whether or not we can include in this article more than just definitions. We say when we describe the article or anything related thereto, since we've defined these terms and we've taken it out of motor vehicle light service, we need to put it in somewhere. We need to have it in the use table that it has a use, both as a principal use and accessory use. Otherwise, we're taking it out of motor vehicle light service, but we're not defining where it's allowed. So my recommendation, if we go forward with all these definitions, is to add these two sections to the use chart, principal uses and accessory uses. However, before doing so, I want to clarify with town council that our advertisement language where we say, or anything else in relation thereto, includes looking beyond just the definition section of the bylaw. And if it does not, if the decision, the advice comes back to town council that putting these two use definitions or use categories into the definition article would go beyond the scope of the advertised article. If that's the case, then I recommend we hold on all of these definitions until next time, except for alterations and temporary structure. I recommend that we hold on taking EV vehicle charging stations out of motor vehicle light service, because I think that introduces a use that's unregulated and then could go anywhere.
Okay, thank you. So before we can make that determination, we need an expert opinion.
I think we do. And I think that will, I suspect what town council will say to me is, let's call the attorney general and talk about it.
Gotcha. Okay.
I'll send my appellate brief. I just had a First Circuit Court of Appeals on a contract where the issues were the words related to as compared to as referenced in.
Mm-hmm.
And I argued an appeal. I'm waiting on my decision from December 3rd. Related to is broader in general.
I think it is very broad, but
it's it's generally the most broad considered I mean, a bylaw is considered like a contract, so that's what it's going to end up being.
And I think the changes in definition, because we're pulling something out of the motor vehicle light service, which is already in the use chart about where that can go, because we're excluding electrical vehicle charging facility from that. I think it's obvious that we need to then put that new definition into the use table. So I think it is very clearly related to this article, but I think I'd want to know where it stands, because the worst thing that could happen would be for the Attorney General to part of the article and allow the definitions to go in, but not allow the use regulation to go in. And then we open ourselves to a use that can go anywhere.
I think you should get a view on that. I agree.
Yeah, that's very fair. Mike, I saw your hand go up.
Oh, before we move on to the next article, I just want to say one quick thing, but not about this.
Oh, okay. Well then it sounds like there isn't much for us to do at this time with that one. I will just open it up to public comment on the definitions article. If there's anyone who would like to offer comment on definitions, please raise your hand or use the Q&A. We would just need your full name and address. I'm not seeing anyone. So Mike, yes.
Sorry, just to go back to the short-term rental for a minute, just for 10 seconds. Jen's question in the chat was, and I just think it passed us by too quickly, but it was, I'm not for complete ban just under 28 or 30 days. I think she left, but I just wanted her to understand that under state law, the relevant definition of a short-term rental is a rental under 30 days, or, we would tweak it to 27 or 31, whatever it is. So that the suggestion would be a de facto ban on short-term rentals, which we cannot do. If she listens to this, I just want her to understand that. So
thank you. I think that's helpful because there is some state level legislation on this issue, correct? So thank you for that clarification. Okay, I think we can move on to the next.
All right, our next is our zoning article, Planning Board 5 on zoning bylaw amendments relative to dimensional regulations. So we discussed this a bit at the meeting on the 6th. This proposes changes to clarify the definition of building height, as well as to add a diagram describing building height, and further clarifications to Let me find the section. Don't remember the section number offhand. Section 5.4.2, making the same clarification. So this all relates to notes 5 and 7 in section 5.3. Section 5.3 is our section of our zoning bylaw that gives dimensional requirements, setback requirements, height requirements, impervious surface requirements. And in the setback requirements, notes 5 and note 7 allow for lesser setbacks in certain districts where the height of the portion of the building that extends into that setback is no higher than 15 feet. So there's a definition of building height, but there's no definition in our bylaw of portion of a building, and how that height is determined. So we have a difference of opinion between people who read the bylaw, including between the current building commissioner and a prior building commissioner, about what that means and what the intention is. So this is to clarify how the bylaw is currently interpreted by putting it into the language of the bylaw. Now notice that this is not done in the housekeeping section. This is done in a standalone article that is proposing changes to the bylaw to codify the way that this section of the bylaw is currently interpreted. And what it does is it still allows the building height to be measured as average building height when you're measuring the entire building height of a building. And it allows a separate measurement when you're talking about notes 5 and 7. That's it, just for those two notes where it allows a building to encroach on setbacks. Then you're measuring the height of that portion of the building that's within the setback, and you're limiting the height of that portion of the building to an absolute value of 15 feet, not to an average height value, and not measured from the highest point of grade. It's measured from the actual grade in the setback to the actual top of the roof, the highest point of that portion of the building that's in the setback. So I think that's it in a nutshell. That's the intention of this article.
Thank you. I saw Phil's hand go up almost immediately. Yes, Phil.
Nor I don't, the ZBA appeal that was discussed by, I can't remember who it was at the last meeting.
Yes.
Not the FinCom meeting, but do we know when that would be issued or what has happened?
So that appeal was heard at the zoning board meeting
On the
last
14th,
week.
I
Let me
think it
see if
was.
I can see the date. It was on January 14th was the meeting date. The appeal was opened and it was discussed. And then the board agreed to continue the matter to their next meeting, which is on February 11th. So they
Okay.
did not resolve that one matter. So that was an appeal of the building commissioner's decision under note 5.
Right. And this was clarifying and essentially codifying Mike Perkins' interpretation of what is the bylaw.
Yes, making it clear to everyone that that's the way he interprets it by trying to eliminate any confusion, any way of interpreting it a different way.
Okay.
Thank you. Other board member questions on this? Comments? Not seeing any hands going up. Yeah, I was interested in what was going on with that appeal, but it sounds like there's no resolution to that yet. I appreciate the illustrations, but do we have any concrete any photos of properties where something was done under the previous interpretation that was detrimental?
Is inconsistent with the way the building commissioner is interpreting the current language, then that change is what applies if it's voted by town meeting. So is that clear to everybody? What that you could eliminate the footnotes. You could specifically say that the footnotes should also measure average height. So there are different ways that you can address this. I think the important thing is that we don't want a lack of clarity. We want one consistent, understandable definition to go forward with. And that's what we're trying to do it in the direction that it's already being interpreted in. If the planning board and the planning board supported by town meeting voters feel something else is appropriate, then you can present that.
Thank you. I think diagrams or something would be helpful. I think not just for me, but we're going to be asking the residents to vote one way or another on this. There's going to be a recommendation. I think it would just help people to understand what we're doing and why, and what's possible one way or another. So I think having not just what you're trying to do, but some of the things that could be possible if it's interpreted another way, or if it were left vague and there were an appeal. And because I'm still trying to get a sense of what the community wants. 'Cause I
So
think
to be clear, if there's an appeal, the appeal relates to the specific decision that was appealed. It doesn't change the interpretation. The interpretation remains in the hands of the building commissioner. The zoning board of appeals does not reinterpret the bylaw. They look at a specific case, specific facts that go into that case, and make a determination relative to that case, and that's it.
But if we change the language to make the bylaw, for lack of a better word, more restrictive,
Right.
it's
That's
what,
an amendment. Yeah, that is in your hands then to define. If you think that it should go the other way, if you think we should go into the setbacks and have taller buildings within the setbacks, then you would write your amendment in that way and take that to town meeting. And if town meeting approves that, then that's what goes forward.
no, that's why I'm thinking, because if I'm looking at it and going, well, I can see both. I think it would just be helpful to have some diagrams that help illustrate what could be done if the bylaw was interpreted one way and what we're asking to do, so that there's clarity for the people that we're asking to vote one way or another on whatever it is we end up asking them to vote on.
We can have that at the February 10th meeting, or before the February 10th meeting, so you can discuss it at that meeting.
Thank you. It probably would be helpful for FinCom too. I saw Mike Perkins, and then we'll go to Maureen.
Yeah, I was just gonna basically say what Nora was just saying, that we can get some examples, either some photos of some structures that already exist, and then some what if scenarios, worst case both ways, or however it may be.
Thank you. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that would just, like I said, I think it would be helpful for everybody with a capital E for context for discussing this. So thank you. Maureen.
No, I was just gonna comment that, yes, I'm a visual person, so like photos are better than the drawings are nice, but I like kind of need a picture to see what you're trying to do, or what's they're trying to do to the home.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other board member comments or questions on this one at this time?
No, I just think the general theme of the public comment last meeting was, and I understand a decision that's an appeal. This is for a go forward, but I think the general theme that I heard was that there's a concern about being too restrictive in certain residential areas that have uneven lots that would be unfairly, or this would be punitive to further developing some older, smaller homes on those uneven lots. And that does resonate with me, again, personally living on a smaller lot in a growing home. So I just want to be sensitive to, I think the comment, while it was tied to a specific appeal, there's also, I think, to Nora, to your point, we have a chance to consider all aspects so that there's alignment going forward.
Thank you.
Something that's, because that was a non-conforming lot.
Yeah, I think I'm personally very happy that we're having this conversation, because it's something that I hadn't really thought too hard about prior to discussing it in this context. So I'm glad we're going to resolve it one way or another. Any other board member questions or comments at this time? I'll open up the floor to public comment. If there's any residents that would like to comment on this proposed article, I see a hand. Sorry, I'm flipping. Ryan Chipman, yes, Mr. Chipman, if we could just have your address, as we have your full name, but if we could have your address for the record, please.
Hi, this is Ryan Chipman. I'm back again from 81 Cobley Street. Thanks for having me here again tonight. And so I wanted to kind of speak again on this issue, kind of given the board's discussion at the past meeting and the discussion that's happened again tonight. And first, I'd like to again address the characterization of this point as a mere clarification. And I agree with what I think the board and Nora has said, that a clarification of the bylaw would be valuable. But I think to equate an adoption of these new restrictions on building height with a clarification is a false equivalence. And as the board has discussed, the town could just as well choose to clarify the bylaw by altering its text to explicitly affirm an average height definition. And indeed, that is the path that I would urge the board to consider if it chooses to modify the bylaws at all. Basically, the salient question before the planning board here is not one of whether clarification is needed, but rather a question of whether the residents of Westwood and the long-term health of Westwood's housing stock are best served by a more restrictive, absolute height from grade plane definition of building height for these portions, or whether they are best served by an average height from highest adjoining grade definition. I contend that the average height from highest adjoining grade is, not only the definition upon which I personally happen to have relied, but more pertinent for this board is the interpretation that best preserves the intent of this board's long-term aims to provide healthy and equitable development within Westwood's community, and especially within the town's smaller and more affordable districts. At the last hearing 2 weeks ago, Ellen, you expressed a wish to better understand whether other Westwood residents shared my desire to see this bylaw enforced according to the average height definition. And for evidence of that desire, I think this board needs to look no further than the commissioner's own statement that he's aware of quite a few recent proposed projects subject to this point of bylaw, including one under construction now at 48 Pond Plain, one soon to start construction at 38 Bonnie, and a longer historical record of approvals. Stated more plainly, we have clear evidence that Westwood residents regularly express their preference and their need for this affordance in the bylaw in the clearest way possible, by spending their hard-earned money to design and build additions that make use of it. I believe that this board would be remiss to disregard that preference. I'd also like to address the concern raised by Mike at the last hearing that this restriction would somehow help prevent the construction of massive additions that are not in keeping with the character of a neighborhood. And in fact, I would contend that the real impact is quite the opposite. In all of our research on this topic into past projects subject to this point of bylaw, those projects have been additions that preserve the character of the home and neighborhood, specifically capes that extend towards the sideline, stepping down their roofline while doing so. And the average height interpretation of this point of bylaw makes such projects possible at all. Without it, the town instead is going to drive homeowners to pursue knockdowns or to find additional space by building upwards to create big boxes within the more restrictive sideline setbacks. In addition to those options not being a cost-effective option for Westwood homeowners, I also don't think this town or this board wants to encourage big boxes in our smaller neighborhoods. I would love to understand how my wife and I could meet with the board to show them the evidence and the documentation that leads us to these opinions. In that last hearing, Maureen also raised a great point about the difference between measuring from grade plane versus measuring from highest adjacent grade. Currently, height for residential buildings is measured from highest adjacent grade. The proposed modification would measure absolute height not from highest adjacent grade, as used in all other residential height measurements, but from grade plane. Looking more closely at that particular detail, you'll realize that the restriction being imposed here would actually be even more aggressive than just a switch from absolute to average height measurement, because it also unnecessarily penalizes sloped lots. When this board last presented articles to FinCom, I think FinCom rightfully expressed concerns about whether this is an overreach and emphasized the importance of fully understanding the impact of this change. Similarly, there's been a lot of frustration around town about the disregard demonstrated by boards and staff for input from the town in a wide variety of situations. I would urge the board not to make the same mistake here. In conclusion, I agree clarity is needed here. I also believe that it is clear that the right decision for Westwood residents and the right decision for the long-term health of Westwood's housing stock and equitable development therein is to explicitly affirm in the bylaws an average height interpretation. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Mike Perkins in 1 second, but I did hear an ask about how to get information. What's the best way to get information to the board from Mr. and Mrs. Chipman to engage with us in that way? I would defer to staff because I know outside of a meeting, an official meeting, we're kind of limited in how we can do that. So I would defer to staff to answer that question because I think I would like to see whatever it is that they would like to submit.
So submitting documents, they should be submitted to staff, and staff will put them in the meeting packet so that planning board members can see them. And any documents relative to this zoning article can be reviewed and discussed in the course of the hearing.
Perfect. Thank you. And Mike Perkins.
I just want a quick clarification that this, the proposed zoning amendment, it doesn't measure from grade plane. It talks about the actual grade point from the, or excuse me, the measurement from the point of grade adjacent to the house to that directly above the highest point of the building. Grade plane is the average grade of a property. We're not talking about that. It's the actual hard measurement from one spot to the other.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Any other question? Mike, yes.
Yeah, I just want to say that the last time we met, when we had the discussion and reviewed this, the actual house and example I had in mind that I believe was approved by the prior commissioner was actually a non-conforming use, so it's apples to oranges here. So I'm very interested in learning more. I'd love if Mike Perkins, there's a way you can get a sense of what the different interpretations would lead to, like within the neighborhood, like in terms of how those heights, are relative to other houses right next to them, how much shade they block, how much sun, how it's a sense of the character and how it changes. I know it might be tough, but it would be very helpful to kind of see the two different approaches, and again within the context of the surrounding houses right there. So
yeah, I mean, I don't know about doing shadow modeling and things like that. Obviously,
yeah,
that's kind of not
it's hard. Yeah.
in the realm of possibility, probably. But I mean, if you want, we could do something where take photos of a house and then kind of Photoshop, hey, this is where it could be expanded to, or this is where it would have to come lower, or something along those lines, to kind of show what we're talking about. I know it's kind of getting in the weeds to try to three-dimensionally imagine something from a piece of paper in my awful Microsoft Paint drawings. But yeah,
No, I understand. It just whatever you can do to get that sense of, again, how it's going to look within, because I think that's what matters, right? It's how it looks with the houses around it because of how close it is to the lines and to the buffers.
Right. And the vast majority of the lots that this comes into play in, more often than not, would be in the neighborhoods of the Maze, down in Islington, some other areas where we've got smaller, tight knit lots together. Those are more often than not where this question comes about.
Yep.
More often, and again, the majority. I mean, the majority of lots in Westwood are non-conforming, and some of them, like that 48 Pond Plain address that was discussed earlier, that was actually an existing non-conforming house that was modified. So it's a little bit of a different situation there. It's one of the quirks of our bylaws. If you've got a non-conforming house, you can actually kind of get away with more.
Yeah.
I guess you can kind of move things around a little bit differently. So yeah, there's a lot of different if-thens and intricacies, but I'll try to pull together a few photos and show some extent of what could happen.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't want to overburden anybody, but I think it might be helpful. I did hear a point that if there are a lot of people applying and asking this question, they're applying to do things that kind of fall under this purview. It might be helpful to get a sense in the last 6 months how many applications bumped up against this. Because what I don't want to say I'm struggling with it, but what I'm coming from the perspective is typically when these questions come up, I've sat in public hearings where people were railing about the fact that their neighbors were able to build closer to the property line than they liked. So that the impression that I have historically, and even within the last couple of years, is that people don't want encroachment into the setbacks and they don't want the height. But now I'm hearing that that might not be the case. So I'm trying to reconcile what I've what that's why I keep saying, what do people really want? Because I'm one person, we're one board, we're hearing things from either side of this argument. So I'm trying to get a better sense of what do the residents really want? Because just because 5 years ago people in the maze were very unhappy that houses were coming closer and taller, if that's not the case anymore, then I think that's something I need to understand better with some
So
kind of.
oh, I'm sorry.
No, sorry. Just so that's why I'm like, I don't know, maybe pulling applications or getting a sense of number applications that have bumped up against this in the last 6 months. I don't need to read each and every one of them, and I won't make you do that, but just a number might be.
Yeah, off the top of my head, I mean, in the last 6 months, this has come up 3 or 4 times, probably. In the last 6 months, the question of how do you guys measure average height comes up, you know, 6 or 8 times because it's different. Yeah, every single town is different. Dover measured it differently. Dedham measures the point from where the frontage is to a midpoint between the frontage of the lot to where the house is, and they find the midpoint of that grade. That's where they start measuring from. So yeah, our height question comes up very often for new houses and for additions. I would say the number of times people say, well, I'd like to build into the setback. I know it's 30 feet, but I want to go 26 feet. How come I can't? I mean, that happens, I would say not 50% of the time, but probably 30% of the time we get questions about how we can do this better. And to your point, attitudes change. And I think a lot of times it has to do, especially now, affordability of housing, people wanting to, stay where they are and try to expand their house or remodel or add on to their existing house, just from a dollars perspective. And also because, if you're moving into a neighborhood with smaller lots, it's probably cheaper than it is to buy a bigger lot. So, those people that were either in the maze or Islington or something, like you said, 5 years ago, were complaining that, hey, this is coming too close to my backyard. And those people maybe don't live there anymore. And there's other people that are moving in and saying, well, I want to expand my house. I've got a growing family and this, that, and the other thing. So there are changes in attitude sometimes like that. I don't know if that's I don't want to say it's not a bad thing, but if you're going to start changing bylaws to suit, a school age child's generation moving out of the neighborhood to the next people coming in, then you start coming into a revolving door of changes and amendments to the zoning, which makes it sometimes even worse.
And I think the relevant question is how does the neighborhood feel, not whether there's applicants who are trying to do this, right? I don't know.
Right, and I don't know
Number of
how to
applicants.
gauge.
Yeah, what does that
Yeah.
say? It's really what do people feel about what they're trying to do, right?
Right, and I can't gauge that. I
No,
just
of
know,
course.
the number of calls that we get in our office. Hey, there's survey stakes at my neighbor's house. What are they doing? How come they're getting so much closer to my house? Who approved this? Or like Mr. Chipman was saying, at the ZBA hearings, we often hear from neighbors on people that are trying to go for special permits and whatnot, and their neighbors say, we wholly support this and we have no problem with what this person's trying to do. So it's a very nebulous thing to try to nail down, and it really depends on who you're talking to at any given moment.
Yeah, the real
Last thing,
point is
I
it's
don't know
gonna
if this
be
is appropriate, but I know you said the old building commissioner did approve things that you wouldn't, right? Can we see a couple real world examples of something that went up that you wouldn't have approved? And so we can see what, what that impact.
Yeah. There's a few of those that I can pull up that are pretty clear. That'll show, highlight this certain area or something like that.
Perfect.
Thank
I
you.
think the issue is we need to make clarity, which is clear that there has to be an understanding. But the real issue, which Mr. Chipman is bringing up, is the clarity going to be a codification of your view, Mike? And is there policy implications that we should be considering if we, he's trying to say that, there should be differing considerations, so I think we should evaluate either by photographs or drawings or something else, what the implications of that might be. I mean, so far I'm comfortable with the way we're going, but I think we just want to make sure that everybody has the process and what is the overall perspective very clear as to what we're talking about.
Well said.
Yeah, we'll try to get some decent existing examples,
and then everybody knows what we're dealing with, and there's clarity in what's in the written word.
Yep.
Okay. All good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks to everyone for agreeing to do that extra work. Were there any other board comments at this time on this one? I think we're kind of pausing until we get a little bit more information visually to decide how we want to move forward with this. And I see one thing in the Q&A.
Where's Elijah with a time check when we need a time check at 11:36 p.m.? Not to mention that it's 11:36 p.m.
I do see.
This
Sorry,
is like a repeat.
we're almost. I think we've gone through the ones that were kind of the most.
Yeah. Lengthy and
I need to talk about indoor sports complexes for about an hour. So
you could, if you want to,
get some tea. No, I'm just kidding.
I do see one more comment from Ryan Chipman, and a 48. No, sorry, he's on Cobley Street. I don't remember the house number, but Jess, do we have it?
Yes, it's 81 Cobley.
Thank you, 81 Cobley. Mr. Chipman says, I don't think we need paint drawings. Our proposal, as well as the projects at 48 Pond Plain, are perfect contemporaneous examples of how this is being applied in practice. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd love to see the ones that were approved by the prior commissioner too, just to see.
That too. I think I'd like
compare them.
Compare them to see what those are good examples of timely ones, or I like the word contemporaneous, and then some historical ones as well. I think will be helpful for us to kind of make some discerning choices.
We'll give you those, and we'll also give you diagrams of what would be possible.
Thank you. All right, we can move on to number 6.
Number 6, that's zoning bylaw and/or zoning map amendments relative to the administrative office research district. So we went through the changes to the bylaw that add administrative research office district buffers and screening requirements. And we spoke to how we had them be somewhat between what's required for the highway business and what's required for the industrial district. So the proposal that we have from staff is to add the ARO to the screening and buffering section and to require a 100-foot buffer area. So in a local business or highway business district, there's a 20-foot buffer area. In an industrial district, there's a 200-foot buffer area. We're proposing the buffer area for ARO be 100 feet. And then it otherwise follows along just as those other the other zoning districts have buffers and screening. It fits the same way. And then the uses within the buffer areas are also the same that are allowed or disallowed as in an industrial district or a highway business district. In an industrial district, you can have sidewalks and driveways within a buffer area, but you still have to maintain 75 feet of natural buffer area. In the ARO district, we're saying that you have to maintain 25 feet of natural buffer area within the 75 you can have 75 feet of the 100-foot buffer area dedicated to other things. So industrial district, 125 feet of the 200 area can be dedicated to other uses, 75 remain natural. Administrative research office, we're looking at a similar, actually a greater, a slightly greater area that could be for driveways and roadways, and remaining 25 feet as natural buffer. Then we were talking about uses within the ARO and whether the board wanted to make any changes to uses. The only change that we have listed right now is with respect to ARO, excuse me. And in that case, right now, it's a special permit from the Zoning Board of Appeals, and we're recommending it be changed to a special permit from the Planning Board. There's another article we'll go to after this one that also addresses commercial indoor recreation. It changes it to a Planning Board use in all districts. But in case one article passes, another doesn't, we want to make sure they both address commercial indoor recreation within the ARL. The board was discussing whether or not they wanted other uses to be made allowed uses, or uses that were currently allowed to be made prohibited uses or special permit uses. And I thought we said that board members would check through the use table and let staff know if they wanted any uses to be changed. We didn't hear from anyone over the last 2 weeks. If you want to go through the use table, I have it here. We can do that now, but it'll take some time. If you want me to just send you the use table and ask you again to look at it on your own and get back to staff with any uses you'd like to see added, changed, eliminated from the ARL.
I vote Nora, send it to us.
Send it.
Yeah,
To us.
I will just put in the plug unless any of my, I would like to see any nonprofit that isn't a protected use taken out. And that's just like, I'll put that as a blanket because I know we went through them and there were a few. I know there are things that Dover Amendment protects, whether they're nonprofit or not, most of them are. But I would like to see any nonprofit use that we are able to remove, removed.
Would that affect a nonprofit, for instance, say partly owning an indoor commercial rec facility? Or no? Is that
So we don't regulate uses by whether they're for-profit or nonprofit, but there are certain uses that if they are nonprofit have protection under the Dover Amendment. For instance, an educational use. If you have an educational use that's a for-profit educational use, it's a different use in our use chart than a nonprofit educational use. But then there are some other uses like a medical clinic or a hospital. Those are just uses as they are. If it's a for-profit or if it's a nonprofit, that's really not something that the use chart regulates. And I would say the same with commercial indoor recreation. The use is commercial indoor recreation. And whether it's for-profit or nonprofit, our bylaw does not currently restrict that. So you would have to determine if you wanted to separate those out and restrict them. Right now, we do not. All right, and so I will send you the use chart and you can take a look at it and send us back anything that you want us to put into this article. The other thing we discussed is revising the map. The original thought was to separate the ARO districts, create ARO 1 and ARO 2. I did talk to town council about that, and he did think that it sounded like spot zoning, but he wanted to review it further. We also discussed whether or not you could impose an overlay district over a portion of the ARO and whether this article is appropriately noticed. That comes into the same question I had with the definitions article, whether the notice that says or take any other measures in relation thereto is broad enough to allow you to go into the FMUOD overlay districts and put one over this. Now, we originally had advertised an article that would have allowed you to do that as a separate article. We had another one dealing with FMUOD, but the board discarded that article, and we did not request that the select board give you a warrant article. So that's off the table now. But I'd like to hear from board members what you think. If town council does advise that the scope of the article was properly advertised and we can go beyond just making zoning map changes to the ARO districts themselves. If we could make zoning map changes to overlay the ARO with different FMUOD districts, is that something you want to pursue or something you don't want to pursue?
I did a little more looking into the spot zoning issue you raised, Nora, and I talked to a friend of mine, and I think, and Pat may disagree with me, I think we would have a big problem, in all honesty. So that we may not, the overlay might be possible, but I don't know that we can do otherwise.
That was his initial opinion as well, that splitting it into two districts where one district is a single parcel would
Yeah.
be problematic.
I don't think we can do it.
Other thoughts, colleagues? I think I'm in general interested in doing some sorts of overlays to kind of achieve what we would have wanted to achieve via decoupling the two, but I don't know that just extending the FMUOD 5 or whatever it is the way that I would want to approach it, because it's a totally different, it was crafted with a different intent. I think I'd be more interested in, maybe not this year, but looking at that in more detail and really doing something perhaps custom that we want to do rather than just extending an existing FMUOD. But that's just my thought right now.
Why
Yeah.
would you be uncomfortable with FMUOD, Ellen? Maybe
I would need to look at it, and I'm not sure that all the uses in there are things that we want to allow. I think we'd have to go through it, and because if we extend the overlay district, it's all those uses that then apply to this area as well. So I would want to take a closer look at that before just saying sure.
Yeah, if it was a new article, separate from ARO, a new article to amend FMUOD districts, you could create a brand new FMUOD district that doesn't exist and give it exactly the uses you want and then overlay one of the ARO districts. But we don't have the flexibility to do that.
right.
Yeah, I agree with Ellen. I think we're lacking a little bit of bandwidth to do this thoroughly this time around. So this can be included with the with our big projects for next time.
Maureen?
Okay.
Looking forward.
But I would encourage Phil, if there's uses you think we could add to the use table for ARO that are
Yeah, maybe I'll
appropriate,
look at that.
that's something we can do now is we can add and subtract
Right.
if there's things we want to do, and then your thoughts on whether it's ZBA, us, whatever, but I think that's well within our scope now and might be the way to approach this without getting into, well, here's a whole other set of uses that we may or may not like all of them. So yeah, I'd be interested in your thoughts on that.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I will send around the use chart separate from the rest of the bylaw to everybody to take a look at.
Okay.
I'll go
right.
through them again and see if I can narrow. The one that keeps jumping out at me about removing would be like, no disrespect to the Brigham, but I don't want to see another pilot situation on a 15-acre property. You know what? That is the kind of thing I'd like to avoid. So I'm not quite sure the right way to do that. So I'd be open to advice on that.
I'll talk to them, Ellen.
Thanks, Maureen.
I know the CEO.
As far like if there's what the right way to kind of
just go away.
Protect protect against that within the use table if there's a way to do that that's effective, I'd be interested. Okay, then I will open this up to public comment on the ARO article. If there's anyone who would like to comment, please raise your hand or use the Q&A feature. We would just need your full name and address. I'm not seeing anything, so if we'd like to move on to PB9.
All right, so this one was simply changing this a lot. We already have indoor commercial recreation allowed by ZBA special permit in every commercial district, and this allows it now by planning board special permit in every commercial district. Just eliminates the dual review by EIDR by the planning and special permit by the ZBA and puts it all into one special permit with consolidated EIDR by the planning board. Okay,
Thank
nice,
you.
nice
Looks
and simple.
good. Looks
Yeah.
good.
Any comments from board members on that? I think that one's really straightforward. And FinCom, I don't know if for folks who weren't able to attend or catch up on FinCom, they were very supportive of that change. So
I will say this has already generated conversation from different sports related entities around town. They're excited to think about the potential.
that's good to hear. Sometimes the most straightforward changes can have the biggest impact. All right, I will open it up very quickly to public comment on PB9 on the, no, was it 9? Sorry,
9.
yes.
It was 9.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
9.
No, I thought so. I just wanted to make sure. PB9, please raise your hand or use the Q&A feature, full name and address. Seeing none, Nora, you feel free to move on to number 11.
Number 11, housekeeping items. So I can quickly go through them if you want. The overlay districts, mixed use multifamily residential wasn't consistently spelled out, so we changed the spelling there. In the section lots in 2 districts, it was confusing to some people what it meant to be in a more restricted district or a less restricted district. So we put in an example. So this comes into play, something like the mobile station. Mobile station on High Street, the front of the property is a local business aid zone. The rear of the property is a single residence C zone. This section 3.5 says that where you have a boundary, the regulations, the boundary that crosses zoning districts, the regulations that apply to the less restricted district may be considered as exceeding not more than 50 feet into the portion of the lot in the more restricted district, but only if the lot has a frontage on a street in the less restricted district. So in a case like that, the frontage on the street is local business A. Local business A is the less restricted district. There are more restrictions on a property that's a residential property and fewer restrictions on a property that's a commercial property. But people get confused about which is more restrictive, which is less. So we add an example here. For example, where the front of a portion of a parcel on High Street falls within the local business A district, and the rear portion of that same parcel falls within the single residence C district, a commercial use that is permitted in the local business A district may extend up to 50 feet into the portion of the parcel which falls within the single residence C district, and the dimensional requirements applied to any commercial structure located within that 50-foot portion of the property that falls within the SRC district shall be the dimensional requirements that are applicable to structures in the local business A district. Just a clarifier, that's the way it's interpreted. That's the way the zoning, the building commissioner interprets it. We only have a handful of lots all across the town that fall into this requirement, but we don't want people to misunderstand it. So that's the intent of that clarification. Next, we have numbering changes. There was other uses. It was somehow the prior title for 4.1.6 industrial uses came through. It should be 4.1.7 other uses. So just a correction. In section 4.5.3.3, we had the word than where it should have been the word then. So clarification. Here we have another numbering error, section 4.5.3.4.2. One of the subsections had it was just missing the 2. It said 4.5.3.4.3. So we added the 2 in there. Another section, this is another numbering error. Section 6.1.13, it said 0.2, but it was the 4th item in the list, so it should have said 0.4. So we made a change there. 7.2.2 applicability. This is another one at the end. There were 2 portions of this section that should have been removed and were not. So they are being removed here. So we explain earth material movement was changed from a planning board function to administrative function. And yet in this section of site plan review, EIDR, it still referenced earth material movement, and it still referenced solar array reviews, which are now under a new section, solar design review. So when we did those sections, we should have taken these out, and we failed to. So this bylaw, housekeeping cleans that up. Next, a misplaced period. In this case, let me find where it is. Here it is, right here. Changes, the period was inside the parentheses, it needed to be outside. Next, we have housekeeping number 9. This is in section 9.5.11.11, and there are just it's just misnumbered. So there was an 11, a 12, and a 13, which should have been 8, 9, and 10. Next, we have the rooftop wireless section, also misnumbered. Let me find it. Subsection 4 was listed. We had 2 subsection 3s. And then, so we changed 1 to a 4. We changed the 4 to a 5. 9.8.9, other required approvals, another misnumbering, 9.8.9, we changed it to 10. And that's it so far, though I won't be surprised if we come back with a couple of more when we meet on the February 10th. Every time we look at the bylaw, we find something else.
Find something else. Well, thank you for finding all the ones that you have. Any questions or comments from board members on the housekeeping article?
Looks good.
All good.
I'll open it up to public participation. If anyone has any comments on the housekeeping article, please raise your hand or use the Q&A. Full name and address.
My son is the only one in the public forum, and
Matt, have any comments?
if he says anything, I'll kill him.
I was going to say, every time we never get comments, but one of these days, someone is going to raise their hand on
Not at
housekeeping.
midnight.
Yeah, no, that was not an invitation. All right. Then if we are done talking about warrant articles, I believe I need a motion.
I move to close the public hearing.
No. We need to
I'm going
continue.
to show it to you.
We need like a
Make sure we
real
get it
one,
right.
a Nora one.
Yes. We need
That
to
was a
keep this
me
hearing
move.
open. Yes.
All right, Maureen, your turn.
Maureen, you're up.
Oh, I'm up? I can't even see anymore. I move that the planning board continue the public hearing for proposed zoning bylaw, zoning map, and/or general bylaw amendment articles for May 2026 annual town meeting to February 10, 2026 at 7 p.m. via Zoom, where a Zoom link and associated call-in numbers will be pre-provided on the town's calendar on the homepage at westwoodma.gov.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll take roll call. Phil?
Aye.
Maureen?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Tim?
Aye.
Vote aye as well. That motion carries. Sorry, I saw something in the Q&A.
Is that your son?
Yes, it's Matthew. Did everyone get a chance to look at the minutes from January 6, 2026? And does anyone have any edits to suggest?
No.
All good.
And I would entertain this motion.
Second.
Someone needs to make the motion.
I move the planning board
Oh.
approve the minutes for the meeting of January 6, 2026 as presented.
Second.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll take roll call. Maureen?
Aye.
Phil?
Aye.
Tim?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Vote aye as well. That motion carries. Fabulous. Next on the agenda is agency and committee updates. Has anyone been to any meetings?
I did see, Amanda, you said the FS1 housing meeting is canceled.
Yes, so
What are we gonna do about that?
So the chair of the FS1 steering committee, I should give context. So the housing partnership was supposed to select present the housing production plan to the FS1 steering committee as well as the long range financial planning committee at the request of the select board. we had been coordinating it, and then the chair of the FS1 steering committee has decided that there isn't time in the agenda to hear the presentation or even include it for questions. So that is something for FS1 and the select board to work out. We don't, at this point, we've done everything we were supposed to do, and you know, they've been advised to communicate with the select board accordingly.
So we're not going to reschedule. We're going to basically go back to the select board without the FS1 meeting under our belt. Is that right?
Yeah, unless something changes, that's the case for right now.
Okay. All right.
Any other updates from other meetings? No. We did have speaking of long range financial planning, we heard an update from the FS1 committee that it sounds like they have narrowed down. So their charge, just to clarify, is to make a recommendation to the select board of a site to pursue. And it sounds like they've narrowed it down to the parcel of town-owned land behind Starbucks. I believe it's referred to as the Boy Scout property, the Deerfield School, and then the current site where FS1 currently is. Obviously, any of those would require a brand new design. And I believe they're going to, correct me if I'm wrong, Nora, because you were there too, but I think they said that their favorite site currently is the parcel behind Starbucks.
Correct.
Okay, so they're still working on that, and if I heard correctly, they want to have a recommendation for a site to the select board in time for the select board to come to May town meeting to ask for design funding.
That's their current objective.
That's the goal. So we'll see whether, just for us to be aware of that might move forward, just that we may be starting to talk about designs at some point in the not super near future. The other thing that came out of that meeting was there was an economic development update, and there was some discussion around educating the Long Range Financial Planning Committee on what commercial properties we have and what kind of a primer on zoning, which I think is a good idea. And apparently that endeavor is already underway. Nancy Hyde and Nora are working on kind of doing an inventory of our commercial properties, the acreage, kind of what zoning's there now, so that the Long Range Financial Planning Committee can have kind of a context to be able to discuss our commercial properties, to make recommendations on is the current zoning incentivizing redevelopment or not. And it seemed like, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, Nora, if I remember correctly, there was particular interest in University Ave, not necessarily University Station, but the rest of University Avenue and 109.
Yes.
So
And also interest in High Street properties, and I think Route 1 properties as well.
Thank you.
So what's the charge that they're doing? What is, can you
They asked
explain
for
a little
an
more about what's going
inventory,
on?
an inventory of commercially zoned properties, so that we're looking at each property and giving the size of the property, the size of the buildings that are on the property, the current use, and the zoning district.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be something that the planning board should also participate in?
Yeah.
I welcome that as something that maybe we kind of a sense of the board. I open it to the others. I kind of think, since zoning is squarely within our purview, that we maybe invite ourselves to participate.
Yeah, Phil, it sounds a little bit like what we had maybe planned to do in the spring, although I envision just doing pockets of town.
Yeah, but
High
this is
Street.
exactly what you and I were talking about. Mike.
Yes. Yeah.
So if they've already started it, maybe
Piggyback.
we kind of jump in, perhaps.
So what we're doing is we're providing the inventory for them to get an understanding of what the starting condition is. They're not proposing zoning changes at this time. The planning board would propose those, but we'll provide the same inventory we're providing to Long Range Planning Committee to the planning board. And if you want to hold a joint meeting, if they're available for a joint meeting, you do that and you can discuss it together as well.
Okay. I mean,
that might be a good starting basis, Phil, to then sit down and think about how we would
Yeah.
propose.
You and I were already talking about this entire issue, so that's the only reason why my ears are perking up at this time. So, anybody else open to comments?
Yeah.
Mike and I were going to get our steps in.
I think it's useful for long range financial to have the same way I think it's useful for any board that has to talk about zoning, like FinCom or any board, to have an understanding of what these terms like FMU, D1 and 4, whatever mean. I wasn't clear on the conversation. To me sounded like then once we had this inventory, long range would be talking about making recommendations about what areas we want to incentivize. So I think planning board, frankly, should be involved in that part of the conversation, because that's where we are.
That's our purview.
That's our purview. Yeah, exactly. So it does sound like there's some overlap there, and that maybe there could be some synergy between the endeavor that's already started and what this board and members of this board were talking about taking on anyway.
Yeah, and I would just add, it's important to encourage commercial development for the revenue, but particularly at places like High Street and other areas, you need to encourage commercial development for the residents to use as well. Things that people might want to see and enjoy and have a part of their town. So,
yeah,
I think it's important not just to have the dollar view, which obviously commercial tax base is critically important, but I think, inputs from other side also provides greater transparency if there is other bodies within the town that participate in the process. So, and that's a issue that I think would resonate.
and I'm talking about commercial uses too, just residents
Agreed.
wanting and see and do, and part of that is bringing people to the town to do stuff so they can spend money here, right? So,
of course,
which University Ave does well, but I don't know if High Street does well. So,
agreed.
Yep.
And I think you're touching on something we even talked about last year too, Mike. And yes, you were part of those conversations about it's not just the bottom line. We want to generate revenue, but we also, like you said, that residents want certain types of business. There's things that enhance our community in other ways aside from financially. And I think there is a synergy point between those two things. We can encourage things that earn us revenue, but also enhance the community by bringing businesses or activities or whatever to town that our residents can actually use and enjoy. So I agree with that. I think that needs to be part of the conversation.
or other residents from other towns, so they can spend money here on our coffee shops and our restaurants.
Right, exactly. No, I think you're spot on. From my perspective, you're spot on with that. And that should be part of the conversation whenever we talk about incentivizing redevelopment. Because I would love to see some of these underutilized properties redeveloped to their highest and best use. But what does that look like for our community? What do people want? For me, it will never just be about the bottom line. That's part of the picture. So I appreciate what you said. That resonates.
Well, it also somewhat, in some respects, reviving the design task force to, because there's character issues also. Not to quote Sean, who's no longer on the board, but some of these issues also go to different parts and neighborhoods within the town. So I think there's a lot of other considerations, not just the tax base.
That's a good point about the design guidelines, particularly in some of the areas that we're talking about the commercial base to inventory and incentivize redevelopment. There's crossover there. So I look forward to that task force being able to, do what it was created to do. That will be good. And I don't think I've been to any other meetings aside from FinCom, but we already kind of touched on that as article sponsors, and many of you were there. So any other agency or committee reports? No. All right, then we'll move on to, I am on the wrong window on my other thing here. Miscellaneous updates. Anything from staff, administrative items, anything to share?
Start to be on the lookout, probably in either February or March. You're going to get an email from Diligent. It's the software we're switching our meeting packets to. We are still very much in the early phases of figuring out how to make it meet our needs. but you, at some point, as we get more comfortable with it, we will be setting you guys up, and then there'll be a gradual transition where we'll likely be using both software simultaneously so that we always have a backup. But we'll keep you updated. But if you see an email from Diligent at any point, it is a real thing. That is going to be your new meeting packet software.
It's not a trap or phishing. I shouldn't
Yeah.
report to IT. Okay, good. Thank you. All right. Any other administrative or miscellaneous updates, staff? Looks like none. Then our last agenda item is upcoming meetings. We have upcoming board meetings on February 10th, 2026, March 10th, 2026, and April 7th, 2026. We also have upcoming Finance and Warrant Commission article sponsors meetings. We're not
I
presenting.
don't, planning board's not on that, so I will remove that. That's
Okay. But I think
Go that way.
perhaps select board and school committee, if folks are interested, there is an article sponsors meeting, but not for us. Then we also have Finance and Warrant Commission public hearings on February 24th and the 25th if needed, 2026, and March 24th and the 25th if needed, 2026. We have a special town meeting on February 2nd, 2026, and the annual town meeting on May 4th, 2026. Did I miss anything?
And
that's it.
the FinCom meetings will be noticed in case there's a quorum there, Nora.
Yes.
Thanks.
Excellent. With that, unless anyone has anything else, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Maureen?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Tim?
Aye.
Phil?
Bill.
I'm going to make everybody wait.
Don't be fresh.
Aye.
I vote aye. I do remember one meeting where some, not with us, but a board member voted no on adjournment.
Not
Yeah.
me.
But our
That
motion
wouldn't be us.
Ellen, you got to vote.
I voted aye. We are
right.
unanimously in adjournment. Thank you
Thank
all.
you.
Good
Thank
night.
you all. Thank you.